Ladies and gentlemen, we're back. Now I should probably mention that I need to update the HUD. So we'll go ahead and just do that super quick. Don't mind me. Fancy. Just a Doom Rider up on this here. I think that's it. Nope, I'm wrong. There we go. That's where we're up to date at the moment. What? Alright, I'm dead. Now then. Apparently Al Amigo is going to be the healer chain. This should be fun. I see several people I recognize in that picture. Yeah, stop bringing us dooms, Doom Rider. God, we've got so many already. If you're ready to lend us your aid, I'll apprise you of the situation. We received reports of a creature believed to be a blasphemy stalking the streets of El Amigo. Troops have been assigned to track and slay the beast, but there are likely to be casualties. With most of our heroes posted elsewhere, we thought to petition you for aid. You got it. Is Gridania DPS? Oh, whatever. Once again, we're in your debt. We shall inform Commander Alden forthwith. My comrades in the Immortal Place will be glad to have you watching over them. You see, as there have been no sightings of any blasphemies in our land, we have joined the Alamegan allies in their hunt for the fiend. Trouble is, the majority of our own healers are working day and night to treat the tempered Imperial's captured Pagelthon. For that reason, we will be glad of your help. Your presence alone will be of great comfort to the troops, I'm sure. Yes, I'm sure the Lich will be... I can't even show my face. Will be very comforting. As time is of the essence, I should ask that you make your way to the Alamegan quarter and report for duty. Commander Alden is overseeing the hunt, and he'll explain on your arrival. The darkness. Yes, I am ready to assist. Sorry. This glam is healer locked. Conjurer, White Mage, Scholar, Astrologian, Sage. And as you can see, I've kind of settled on Sage as the one who wears it. But yes, hello Doom Rider, Tim, Rax, Blade Valcada, Diabepus, Hazardous, jazz music, Usin Corp, Gundinium, Omega Legion, and Zactaft. What is up? Master Runner, we were told you're on their way, but even this is quicker than expected. I can teleport. I'll tell Commander Alden you'll arrive. One moment, please. Just once I want to get someplace before, other things. I mean, it's not your fault, Rex. I wasn't joking. If this was my decision, and nobody was in chat, and I was just streaming to the air, or recording a, playthrough or whatever, or just playing it by myself, we'd be going and doing Rolequests. Let's put this another way. If this was Tor, and it had proper co-op setup, this would be the moment me and my friends would be like, alright, hang on. I'll take the healer one, you take the tank one, you take the DPS one, you take the melee DPS one, and we'll do healer first, and then we'd all go do the healer one with them, and then go all do... You get it, right? So this is absolutely how I would be doing things, regardless. Hey, Raban. Now, it's going to be funny, because the Rolequests were decent, not universally good, but still good, over in Shadow, so... I mean, the ratio of good to bad was certainly better than class quests, so I'm hopeful, right? I appreciate that. Yeah, no, exactly. Even if there was no point in returning, I would immediately be like, let's do it! I appreciate we've got far greater crisis to worry about, but we cannot afford to ignore the situation here either. I'd like nothing more than to hear about your recent adventures, but yeah, I've been to the moon. Up into space, y'all. Oh, that's a fun-looking one. As our man in Thavnir will have told you, a blasphemy is loose in Alamigo. When it first appeared, the city guard were able to get the most out of the bystanders to safety, and for a mercy, those caught in the chaos only suffered minor injuries. But the fiend managed to escape and has not been seen since. We must find it, and soon, as long as it remains at large, every man, woman, and child is at risk. As was the case in Thavnir, the blasphemy's very existence seems to spur the creation of lesser beasts. The longer it's allowed to run free, the more tragedy our people will suffer. Did anyone see the change take place? I'll be waiting. So that's a good question, Omega Legion. By letter of the law, that would be patch content, and therefore something that should fall under Patchwalker. That is, however, a tough one, because, like you are no doubt thinking, and as I'm sure Rax is thinking, that so neatly falls into the Rolequest umbrella, just like the Silva Quest did. See you around, Thrill Elemental. There were several witnesses who gave the same account. A man walked through the Alamedan Corridor, fell to his knees, transformed into the monstrosity we now pursue. Beyond the fact that he was a young Highlander... Oh my god. Ugh, sorry, hang on. My glasses are being weird. Sit properly on my face. There we go. We know next to nothing about him. Even the descriptions of his appearance are too vague to help identify the lad, and we've no clue as to his name or background. For all we know, he might not have even been born in Alamigo. Might have been the son of refugees. There are other possibilities we've investigated, though. That said, I doubt his circumstances are unique. Blasphemies and beasts are born when men are overcome by despair. Yes, I know that. I'm the one who discovered that. And whatever drove him to turn likely would have done the same to another. Fortunately, I don't plan to stream next Monday. I plan to hang out with my family. And conquer the world. Until we do, we'll have no choice but to deal with the afflicted the only way we know how, by granting them a quick death. For now, I would have you join the hunt. Okay. What I'm here for. You have my thanks. As chance would have it, we've just received word a number of beasts were spotted on the outskirts of Alagana. The troops stationed there have already put them down, but there were wounded in the process. They need medical attention, and that's where you come in. Okay. By the way, and I don't want specific answers, but I'm asking in generics. We don't actually know all that's going into 6.1 yet, right? Like, we know a few things. Like, I know they're starting the MSQ Trust thing. Okay, so yeah, we're still in the dark on that. That's what I was wondering. Which is fine. By the way, God, it's so nice to have flying again. Every time some asshole over in WoW says, we should get rid of flying, I remind myself of how much better it feels to finally be back to flying. Every time I lose it and then get it back. In both MMOs. Although the soldiers were actually in all three, because there's no fly zones in Guild Wars 2 as well. Although the soldiers were able to lead the beast away from the village and killed a lot of them, victory did not come easily. It's time like these that our lack of healers is most sorely felt. I dare say they've yet to receive any treatment at all. Well, that's my gerb. That's an interesting way to do a heal. Yep, you killed an innocent person. Or rather... And you immediately figure that out. Holy crap. Damn, I didn't even have to give you that. Developers, Pillars of Snow. I'm not joking. I have heard from players who don't enjoy flying, but they just ground, which you can do in all three games, right? Every time I hear a developer say, flying ruins the game, I want to smack them. Thank you, Reggie. Very much, as always, and as ever, appreciate. I will put it towards Lore's Choice. Which right now is one of these, I think. Yep. And yeah, by the way, it's so easy to explain this, by the way. I want you to picture FF14 and no flying. Now, hang on. It's actually worse than that, Because WoW zones are designed with flying in mind. They have been since Wrath. So, picture Azizla without flying. Okay, that's an exaggeration, but you get the point, right? Ugh, no thank you. Like, I'm sorry. I have spent years studying MMOs at this point. I am quite firm in that opinion. In multiple MMOs. Yeah, that's a better example, Rex. Something far more vertical without literally being islands in the sky. Hey, Mr. Red. I do hope you're enjoying the visit, and I hope she's enjoying the visit, too. Oh yeah, that reminds me. I have a really dumb question. How do I find ether currents now? I mean, obviously I'm going to ask someone to help me with that. But I noticed this morning. I don't have an ether compass. So... Question mark. Collections menu. What the hell is a collections menu? Oh, there it is, there it is. Nope, not that. Oh, those are Judy. There it is. Collections. Aha! Drag this over to here. There we go. Also, some other things, which I don't know what they are. Oh, that's the field record from Boja. And we're not going to talk about what that is. Hi, Arnbold. For treating the wounds of these soldiers, you have my thanks, and theirs too, no doubt. It seems they were indeed successful in slaying all the beasts. If my search is any indication, we must remain vigilant. I've also spoken with several people who witnessed the moment of the transformation, though the ordeal has understandably left them shaken. You've been through a few ordeals yourself, Laura. Yeah? Fordola's in this one, too, if the image was anything to go by. It was a picture of Fordola, Arenfeld, and Raban. That's from me. I've been kept busy with this and that, like getting the hang of this wheelchair. Obviously it has its limitations, but it gets me where I need to go. I've been working with this new organization as well, which is what brought me here, but no sooner had I arrived than the locals turned. By the way, don't answer now, but I'll be taking suggestions for which one we do next. Ragenfried, I heard you were the one there when it happened. What can you tell us? Well, the ones who underwent the change are the very people we're trying to help. Perhaps I should explain from the beginning. The meeting Lise held in the Rolequests marked a turning point for all of Gurabanya. It spurred us to open a dialogue with peoples and communities we would have otherwise shunned. But there's still so many new problems to be addressed and countless souls struggling to build new lives for themselves. I decided to form a volunteer group, the Silver Griffins. Our main concern is the welfare of all Amigans who sided with the Empire, for whatever reason, and helping them find their place in society. In particular, the surviving families of the Crania Lupi. I thought you despised the skulls. Like, not that I want to discourage you on this. Make no mistake, I've not forgiven them. I don't have that in me, and I doubt I ever will. But the memory of that day in the palace with Fordola asking to be locked up again after saving us all stayed with me. Got me to thinking why she and the other youths would commit such atrocities, why they'd swear to the Empire. And the answer was simple, because they'd seen what we'd seen and suffered the same. In a hell where we were all condemned, they chose to betray one brother to another. That's how the Garleans win. Not by breaking you, but by making you break yourself. By making that choice the right one for a man at the end of his tether. Healing only begins with liberation, and some scars never will, regardless. Those who've returned from foreign lands may have difficulty carving out a life here, but the ones who pledged allegiance to Garlemald. This is not the Alamega we dreamed of, but after 20 years of misery, I'll not see it all thrown away because we can't come to terms with the past. That's why I formed the Silver Griffins, to see no one is cast aside. It's a cause I support. It's what brought me here today. I've been acting as a mediator. Aye, and in the short time he's been with us, he's proven a natural. But despite early success, the families of the Skulls continue to refuse our help. I think I see this is where this is leading. They're the ones who turned, yes. It comes as no surprise. Their kin tormented and murdered fellow Alamegans. Anyone with a conscience would feel shame and guilt, and for some it might be too much to bear. I think I might know why they're turning us away. It's a sensitive matter, though, so let's look somewhere we won't be overheard. Sure. I'm actually aware of that one, Omega Legion. And yeah, we have Magitech in this setting. Surely we can figure out prosthetics, right? At least something functional. If not something, versatile. It's about one of the men who turned. I saw his memories. Oh, there's a fun thought. With the echo. I'll not pretend to understand it, but tell us what you learned. I caught only a glimpse, but that was enough. It was during the occupation, a man raising his son. Only the two of them, but they were a family. To keep the boy clothed and fed, he chose to side with the Empire. He knew what the others would say, but he did it anyway. And so he was branded a traitor. Every day his son listened to the jeering and insults, and there was nothing he could do. When he came of age, he joined the Skulls in hopes it would make life easier for his father. He never dared to question his orders, no matter how depraved. He died in the revolution, but not before killing his own countrymen. His father wept not for the betrayer and the murderer, but the man he could have been. He blamed it all on himself right up until the change took him. I can only pray he and the boy have finally found the peace they were denied in life. Alas, theirs is an all too familiar tale. They cannot forgive themselves, nor can they see how anyone else could. Oh yeah, don't forget to let me share the Imperial theory at some point. The sins of their kin weighed heavy on them. They think themselves undeserving of our compassion. And if they carry on like that, they'll turn into beasts. We've got to help them before it's too late. Growing up half Garlean and Alamigo, I know what it feels to be shunned and hated, to hate myself. But as long as we give ourselves and others a chance, we can change for the better, and while I might not be as clever or eloquent as someone like Alphino, I know I can make a difference. I might not be quite the swordsman I used to be, but I'm still a fighter at heart, and I owe it to Alba and Owly to make the most of this life, so long as I've got it. As I say, I'll probably be reading until we finish Healer, so maybe at that point. We Silver Griffins will give our all to see no more beasts or blasphemies ravage Girabania again. So, Commander Alden, do we have your approval to continue your work? Of course, there's no enemy more formidable than despair. Kidding. And I'd be a fool to refuse your help. Hey, Disco. That even a single one of our people has succumbed to this transformation is proof of our failure to protect them. Therefore, I pledge the Silver Griffins my unconditional support. Together we will prevail. Now that we have Lauren on hand to aid the troops, I believe we're ready to face any beast we encounter. Although I fear it's only a matter of time before others appear, I ask you lend the Silver Griffins your assistance in the meantime. Go level up some. You know what it actually reminds me of? The flying thing. Every time I play FF6, I get to the point where I get the Moogle charm, and there's just this red mage. No, there's just this breath of... Is that what red mage female looks like? Because that looks much better than my outfit. Anyways, there's just this breath of fresh air the moment I get the Moogle charm. You know what I mean? And I use that example specifically because I actually know people who have no problem with encounter rates or random encounters. And I absolutely do. Unabashedly, unashamedly. So, and I use that specifically because I know there's people who don't care about flying and don't think it's a good thing or bad thing and don't see what the big deal is. And I do. Hence the comparison. Those who harbor guilt do so not because they're weak of heart, but because they have failed to meet the demands they make of themselves. It was the same for me when I believed my failures had led to the Sultana's assassination. The despair and self-loathing were indescribable. Yeah, you would have probably, turned. I was fortunate you and the other Scions came to my rescue, that I had friends who convinced me I was more than the sum of my worst mistakes. Now we must do the same for the people of Alamigo. We must help them to heal, and find the strength to, if not forgive, then come to terms with who we were. so we may look to who we can be. Yeah, next week, Disco. Who we aspire to be. That is precisely why the work of the Silver Griffins is so vital. Although our problems are not new, the emergence of this deadly phenomenon means we cannot afford to delay addressing them any longer. And we will be better for it, ultimately. Once we've decided a course of action, you'll be the first to know. Until then, may Rhalgr watch over you. Got it. Soul healing. Yeah, an actual therapist, I don't mind. I'm actually in favor of proper therapy and proper psychology. Shrinks that bother me. Thank you, Zachariah Jebediah, as always. And I will jot that down for dealer's choice. I'll share the Imperial theory right now because it's super quick. I mentioned earlier the possibility that the despair wave is just a natural byproduct of the Akasha, right? But the more I think about it, as much as that's horrific, I don't think it fits the tome of FF14. I really don't. I think it would actually make more sense if there is a thing, whether intentionally or otherwise, propagating the despair wave. Now, I don't have any real evidence of that. Again, it's just a tonal thing. But it got me thinking. If you really zoom out the camera on Atheris, you happen to notice that there's a lot of horrible, terrible stuff that's happened, but almost all of it has been deliberately caused. And I really got to thinking about it. What if this setting follows Imperial theory? Now, I gotta explain that. But Imperial theory is what I call it, and it's the founding principle of the extant, my setting. Because the idea, I should probably come up with a better term for it someday. The idea of it is the idea that people are innately good, to put it simply. The idea that people lean towards positivity, as a species, as a concept, as sentient sapient beings. And I mention that because the overwhelming majority of fiction, indeed almost all of it, posits the exact opposite. That people lean towards the negative, that it's natural, that it's normal, that it's everyday for people to be horrible and evil and awful, right? But what if the Imperial theory applies here, in this planet, on this setting? And yeah, I was going to say, we've kind of seen that. And you notice we've seen more and more of it, and like an increasing quantity, an increasing escalation of good ever since we got rid of Emet-Selch and Elidibus. Because if you think about it, the ridiculous majority of woes that have happened on this planet can be directly tied to the machinations of the Unsundered. Because they were deliberately creating despair engines in order to kill everyone and rejoin, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I actually really think the Ascians are the reason all this crap has been happening. Now, this is a very zoomed-out theory, and I might be wrong, but I do feel it would be very keeping with the tone of this game. That people innately lean towards the positive side of things. Food for thought. We were hoping you'd stop by. I'll show you to Commander Alden at once. Oh, further fuel for that theory. Granted, there were disagreements, and we've got very, very, very inaccurate information on it. But the old world, the Ancients world, was apparently fairly idyllic. You know, if not true paradise, then certainly leaning more towards Pokemon and less towards Warhammer, right? And I bring that up because maybe that's just kind of how people are. Again, like naturally, innately. Anyways. You're welcome side as always, Captain. Well, that's been happening since last we spoke. The Silver Griffins have been keeping busy. As have I and my men. But I'm afraid we've little to show of our efforts. Although we've been searching high and low for the blasphemy, we've seen neither hide nor hair of it. Unfortunately, everyone has had better luck. We've received reports of lesser beasts throughout Garabania, and putting them down is as important as hunting the blasphemy that got away. To complicate matters, rumors have been circulating these beasts were the Skull's kin. While this is true of the recent incident, we cannot have people jump to conclusions given what they might feel tempted to do. It has been suggested we take these individuals into custody for their own protection as much as the safety of others, but that would only isolate them even further and give credits to rumors. Good night, Omega Legion. The recent unrest has hindered the efforts of the Silver Griffins to no end. Therefore, I ask that you aid them in their efforts and see if there is aught that can be done. Also, you'll be joined by another volunteer. Try not to be too surprised. Thought I felt my ears burning. I eat the Chinese food now. I said I don't need a keeper, but did they bloody listen? Did they bollocks? Come now, don't be like that. This is what you agreed to. Besides, you never know when you might have the need of a healer, and there are none better than lore. That's true. In lore. He's right, you've earned a measure of trust, and this wouldn't be taken to mean otherwise. Thick as thieves, are we now? There's no need for this sodding collar, eh? Well, we all know it's not coming off anytime soon, but if this is how it's to be, fine, so long as he keeps out of my way. I want the two of you to visit the Silver Griffin's headquarters in Alagana. Several relatives of the Crania Lupi have agreed to meet them, and could do with a measure of precaution. If anyone so much as mentions the skulls, I'll deal with it. Understood. Let's get this over with. Yeah, right now we literally have 3 pages of stuff on the question queue. Some of them are repeats, and some of the stuff I've answered, but it's just been building up and will continue to do so. She's as much at risk of turning as anyone, maybe even more so. You don't need the Echo to see the weight she's carrying. She's not got a handle on her own Echo either. Sometimes the visions come without warning, and with such force, it's all she can do to stay standing. There's no telling what might happen when she comes face to face with the family of her former comrade. So look after her, please. I got your back, or rather, I got her back. I wish there was more I could do for her myself. No. Bad. We've all got our own duties, and we'll see them to the end. So must we all. Follow Fordola's lead. We're counting on you both, but be ready to step in, even if she curses you for it. Yeah, exactly, Rex. Like, her echo is off, so who knows what the hell she's saying. She may actually be hearing the Lavos cry. Despair cry? I guess I could rename it that so people stop asking what the hell Lavos is. The cry of despair. Fordola's not the sort to ask for help, so make sure she doesn't get in over her head, would you? Yeah, sure. I suppose video games in general would qualify as the first answer to your question, Disco. And I suppose sword fighting would be the second one. She didn't take that. I had a feeling Raban would send you, Lord, but as for her, if you got complaints, take it up with the commander. No, it's fine. Truth be told, ever since the day in the Royal Palace, I've been thinking. Stop. You don't want to say it. I don't want to hear it. To the matter at hand, then. We Silver Griffins have been working to support the relatives of the Crania Lupi, but one family has gone missing, a mother and her parents who lived together under the same roof. One of ours paid them a visit, but they were nowhere to be seen, and when they went outside to check, they found the house had been torn to shreds. Thick gouges in the floors and walls, made by beast claws by the look of them. You think they've turned? That's the most likely explanation. Do what you can before anyone else is hurt. No time to head to rest. I'll go east, you go west, which is why that stumbled me so hard. And yeah, I'm hopeful we can eventually get something going for our involved. It'll never be the same, and I don't want to pretend like it will be. But, you know, something. Hey look, it's not the apocalypse here yet. Oh no! This is probably a good time for questions, so I'll just mash 4 for a minute. Let's see. Which game company is inexplicably in the black? I mean game companies that don't deserve success. I mean game companies that are surviving but logically shouldn't be. I can't think of one. Most game companies that are succeeding when they shouldn't be are doing so with very logical reason. Konami. Dear Mother, I hope this letter finds you well. Time is short, so I must keep this brief. Although I've never done anything to make you proud, I promise you things will be different when the war is over. Until then, take care and know that I love you with all my heart. For certain definitions of the word, Pillars of Snow. Yeah, no, I can't think of any other example. Whoop, whoop, whoop. So yeah, I think I will default to none. Tim did also have a follow-up question, which I wanted to follow through on. So, is it better to have a branching story and spread out those resources into good stories, or concentrate those resources into one great story? I opened this one up to the floor, too, what everyone else thinks. You have the writer's room, and you have the choice to workshop in the room a story, or smash out, let's say, 3 stories. Why a wedding ring? That's not incredibly depressing or anything. Let's assume MMO, because it was asked in the confines of an MMO space. Well, that's a non-answer, Disco. It's funny you say that, Pillars of Snow, since both games have a lot of nonsense side stories which have been dragging down the game's scores. So anyways, I found a letter, which is... yeah. And a wedding ring, which is... yeah. And it's as we feared. I found and killed a third. It was carrying this. That's true, Pillars of Snow. A matching ring. Let deliver these effects to their next of kin and arrange for a funeral, or as close to one as possible under the circumstance. Admittedly, it is a little bit case by case. I suppose it also depends, as horrible as this sounds. So the primary factor for me is not the genre, or the game, or the plot, or anything else like that. It's actually the writer's room. That would really determine my answer to that. If it was me writing a story by myself, I'd probably go ahead and write one story. Focus on that. If we were going through with a writer's room of maybe 5 people, or 8 people, or 12 people, whatever, and I could gauge the vibe of the room, we could still split up and kind of cross-reference and work through each other and make multiple stories and still make them high quality. And of course, there's sort of a... creative works aren't necessarily good if you spend more time on them. They can be, and more time almost always makes a creative work better, whether it's a work of art, or a song, or a story, or game, or whatever. But it's not a guarantee. And that is the greatest advantage of having multiple stories. If you put all your eggs into the basket of the single main story, and it sucks, you know, if it's Skyrim, then there you are, right? The enemy was the Empire was our enemy then, and now it's despair. Good words and good deeds will serve us best in this fight. Weapons even an old man like me can wield. Thanks to the 2 of you, the missing villagers may finally be laid to rest. I and the other Silver Griffins will redouble our efforts to prevent any further tragedies. I finished checking the wares, sir. Everything's in order. Good work. Take a rest, lad. You've more than earned it. Keep this to yourselves, but Everett's younger brother was a member of the Crania Lupin. He's exactly the sort of person we're trying to help. Like many others, he was reluctant to talk to us at first, but after we gained his trust, we were able to help him find work. He's taken to it well. It's her. The butcher. Okay, dude. Stay with me. Traitors. All of us. Kinslayers deserving of hate and death. Hate and death. Nope, stay with me. Look at me. Here, right here, right here. And that's gotta be pleasant. Get back, get back! Well, no, we lost that one. We didn't even try. Good lord. Really? Yeah, that probably hurt. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. You'd think knocking them out would prevent this kind of thing. Fordola just saved your girl's life. I know, but she's... It happened in an instant. Oh, poor lad. But it had to be done, and without hesitation. Would have been much worse otherwise. Yeah, this spreads fast. Go after Fordola. See to her wounds. I'll say this is the healer chain. So far, I'm doing a pretty sucky job, but, you know. I'm kind of out of practice, I guess. Ah, I'll be fine, Bleach Call. I'll just keep casting heal on her until she explodes. I'll fix everything. Fine, leave me be. Fordola. I said I don't need any help. I'm a healer. Let me do my job. God, you're like a dog with a bone. Go on, make it quick then. Pearl can't change its spots. There's no washing the blood off my hands. Nor would I, if I even could. Taking up Garlean steel was the first choice, but not the last. Like the first kill, the hardest. Every choice after came easier and easier until I stopped counting and stopped caring. You tell yourself it's right. It's for the greater good. You give the order, feel the ground tremble as the cannon fires, and when the dust settles and your own men are buried under the rubble, and you tell yourself... Fordola. I'm not going to let this take you, Fordola. We really have too much elsewise here. The man in the village. I saw his past. I'm the one who killed his brother. I'll be alright. I just need a moment. Can you wait with me? Yes, actually, I can. Probably about 2 weeks, Trihexian. Everything the Skulls fought for, the sacrifices we made, the things we did. In the end, it was all for nothing. Sometimes I look back on the road I walked and the bitterness I could still taste. And I wonder, if I'd grown up in another time, another place, would I have done the same to different people? Was it always in me to be me? All I know is everyone would have been better off if I'd never been born. But I was, and I dragged others into a hell of my own making. I remember these two brothers in particular, childhood friends of mine. The older one enlisted with me, but the younger... he never would have made it as a soldier. He was too kind, too good. Ansford died at Specula Imperatoris, but his brother's still out there somewhere. Not that I've got the courage to face him after what I did. I hope he's found the life he deserves. Not all the Crania Lupi died at the towers that day, though. I know from one of my visions that at least one survived, Rudolph. I'm glad he made it out, but too many others didn't. Too many others still need our help. I helped make this blasphemy, and by Rhalgr I'll kill the bastards if it's the last thing I do. Anyway, it's enough out of me. I'm going back to the city to make my report. By yourself? We talk semi-periodically on this show about Suicide Watch. We probably need, like, a Despair Watch at this point. It's like Suicide Watch 2.0. Suicide Harder. I forget which one that is, Little Billy, so maybe is the answer to your question. Welcome back. Fordola's already given her account, and I'd like to hear yours, Tur. Well, things went bad, but could have been so much worse. So she almost turned into a beast herself. We'll have to take that into consideration before sending her into the field again. As far as the events in Alagan are concerned, the two of you did well. Despite the appearance of several beasts, you were able to prevent any further casualties. However, this serves to confirm that those with connections to the Crania Lupi should be considered at risk of turning. Over the many years, many of them have drifted away from larger settlements and been taken to living in secret. Others made their way to Ul'dah as refugees, including some individuals of interest. As such, we'll be working closely with the Immortal Flames to locate and offer support to those refugees in particular. I plan to make the journey there for my audience with the Sultana. Once my preparations are complete, maybe you'll accompany me? I'm sure she'll be glad to see you. Here to see Commander Alden, I take it? This way, please. Can you just walk? Okay, whatever. Our request for an audience with the Sultan has been accepted. Before we depart, I'll share what we learned since last we spoke. The blasphemy continues to elude us, all the while driving others to succumb to despair and turn. Even Alamigan and Ul'dah forces searching for signs of the beast and more potential victims, we've yet to discern a pattern amidst the chaos. Nevertheless, if our blasphemy is like the others, its behavior is likely dictated by the passions and regrets of the man it once was. Therefore, any information concerning him and the life he led may help us track it down before it strikes again. We don't want people to shun families of the Skulls any more than they already are, but the fact remains the vast majority of the beasts have been born from them. They're the ones at risk of turning, without question. Fordola concerns me too. She came close to transforming once before, so I think it's best if we keep her out of this after all. That's stupid. Just kidding. No, that's my reaction to that. That's stupid. I'm inclined to agree with Lore. She was able to resist transformation and shows no sign of succumbing since. If she wants to do her part, I'd say we let her. Also, her being active and helping the situation is by far the best tool she has against the despair that is attacking her right now. Only I could go in. Are involved. No. Actually, I was hoping you'd come with us to meet the Sultana. I believe she would benefit greatly from your understanding of the struggles your people face. You'd gain from the experience too. While she's not the sort to brandish a sword and charge into battle, you'll discover she's a champion of her own arena. As brave as any warrior. Yeah, it took a few expansions to get there, but she did. I doubt she'd have much to learn from the likes of me, but it would be an honor to make the acquaintance. But yeah, if that's the one you're mentioning a little bit later, then yes is the answer to your question. Let's see here. FF14 has now combed through the yellow quests. New quests have been added to replace them, all net positives. However, people complain, so they keep the yellow quests in, but are now legacy quests. They are labeled as such to let people know these are not good quests, or at least no longer up to the new standards. Under your scoring system, would you still count these as net negative features? Yes. Should the game score be better for simply removing them rather than archiving them? That's a more interesting question. Unfortunately, this is an interesting situation because what you're asking me is two completely divergent things, for lack of a better way to put it. One is historical context, the other is quality of the game. Is the quality of the game worse for the side quests? Yes. Should the side quests be archived? Yes. As I said many times, I was always in favor of WoW Classic, purely for the sake of archiving. I hate WoW Classic. I spit on it. But I still was firmly in favor of that concept, and remain so to this day. So, two converging, or excuse me, non-converging concepts there. Would I score the game worse for the inclusion of this quest? Absolutely. It is a worse game for their inclusion. However, should those things be archived in some manner? Yes, absolutely. I mean, you know. Now, that being said, I know it's weird, Zetslayer. That being said, the reason I was hesitating there for a few seconds was I was running through a few ideas to make them less bad. But the problem is they're already as less bad as they can get. The side quests are as extraordinarily optional as it gets, right? There's effectively no reason to do them. There's no good story, there's no good rewards, there's no good experience, there's no good money. They are worthless. And I don't mean that as a bad thing. What I mean is they're already as optional as it gets, right? Speaking personally, the main benefit of doing the side quests for me is getting them off my map. You know? So I don't think there's anything more that can be done to mitigate how optional they already are. My opinion. First time I've been back since I discharged myself from the infirmary without telling anybody. I must stop by and offer my thanks. And an apology. I'll let her out of my sight for a moment. Oh, Papashan. Mr. Papashan was just telling us Dynamo, or should I say Lady Lyra, has just gone another of her jaunts about the city. Let's not be placed to question her grace's judgment. I do wish she'd consulted me before running off on her own. Perhaps I'm overthinking it, but it's unlike her to keep her guests waiting. If I might say so, sir, with blasphemies appearing throughout the land, it's a dangerous time to be going for a stroll. I suspect that may be the very reason. She wishes to see for herself how the citizenry fare in these trying times. Yeah, most of the places we've seen having turnings are not a extremely dense, small, everyone crammed together city. I fear for Ul'dah. Come now, we might be here on official business. We're old friends, and you may remember I have a knack for tracking down errant sultanas. So I might say that knack is rather charitable. I should be glad for the assistance. Actually, no, Rax. So, a quest chain that I did off camera and I forgot to talk about, I apologize, is that Lolorito has really been throwing some weight, literal coin, behind the refugee crisis. Like, I was actually just thinking about that, too, because if that... This sounds weird to say, but if Lolorito hadn't really thrown himself into the refugee crisis, Ul'dah would already be flooded, to be blunt. But there's several side quests where you actually talk to people who are now employed by Ul'dah, or by Lolorito. And, you know, working and actually making a living wage, and they've improved things. Some of them have decided to move. But then Lolorito opened some chains with Alamigo, so they actually can still be employed by the company while living in Alamigo with their friends and family. And so they keep their jobs, so they can keep sending money back. And it's actually really, really positive. The whole chain is just actually really awesome. And by chain, I mean, it's a little bit of the WoW problem, because it's actually more like 5 completely unrelated and unconnected side quests that I only put the pieces together because I did everything. And that is the WoW problem in a nutshell. All the pieces are there, but until you sit down and do them, it's not like, oh, right. That's how that works out. Anyways. It's been some time since I last combed these streets for young Lyra. As a matter of fact, Papa Shen and I would compete to see which of us could find her first. As I recall, most of the contests ended in my favor. The trick, you see, is to look past the disguise and pay attention to the gestures and mannerisms. The tiniest movements that might give her away. Come, I'll show you how it's done. Okay. God, he is almost as tall as I am. You're a giant, Raban. Just saying. Whip. She's fond of bruising the stalls here, but she didn't. And yeah, no, I have a weird amount of respect for Lolarito. He's Lex Luthor without the stupid, to put it as bluntly as I can. Because a lot of stories forget that Lex Luthor is supposed to be smart evil, not stupid evil. And so they make him smart until they need him to be stupid, which, I know, that would describe most human beings, but I mean that in a bad writing way. What if she's been abducted? Whoop. Okay. Gonna start going a little bit faster. In one of those pots? Maybe perhaps not. I've never known it to be this elusive. Move on. It's odd, I've tried our usual haunt, so unless she's hiding in a barrel or something equally nonsensical, she must be elsewhere. Why did she choose now of all times to run off? What if she's been abducted? What if she's run afoul of a beast? What if we never find out that she turned? Let's not assume the worst, however. It's not going to help in this situation, quite literally. We should keep looking. You're right, I know, it's hard not to worry. I know. Come to think of it, something Papa Shen coming. He thought Nanama went on this excursion because of the emergence of the blasphemy of the beasts, to better understand how our people are coping. If so, to Pearl Lane. Yeah, sure. Yeah, exactly, Rex. This is a rather unique circumstance. I'm actually fairly anti-platitudes. I always have been my whole life. I don't like empty platitudes. That being said, this is a really unique circumstance where the platitudes, by definition, will not be empty. Because by virtue of agreeing to them and thinking them, they're not empty. Yeah, exactly. It's weird, isn't it? Literally, talk to me. It's okay. This is going to work out. We'll actually help things work out. This is a rather unique situation. While may not be immediately obvious, the conditions here have improved considerably of late. Her Grace continues to support the rebuilding efforts in Girabanya, which has led to the creation of jobs and many locals, both here and on the other side of Baelsar's wall. Yep. In every society there are haves and have-nots. Seldom is this divide more sorely felt than in Ul'dah. Many of the young and able-bodied work for Lolarito as guards, though he earns more in an afternoon than most will in a lifetime. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Of all the different types of rich people, I would much rather have someone like Lolarito than many of the other types that tend to exist in fiction as well as in real life. I wish these were voice acted. I'm sorry. There she is. Lady Lyra. Lyra. Roban, what are you doing here? Yeah, exactly. Imagine if the preeminent financial juggernaut was actually Teleji Aleji instead of Lolarito. God. Anyways. Well, I'm glad to see you both. Our meeting is not yet due to commence for several bells. What's the meaning of this? We were worried, and with good reason. These are far too dangerous times to be roaming about alone, Your Grace. Some things never change, but I assure you I'm quite capable of looking after my son in my own city, of all places. The rules have changed, Your Majesty. I just want you to be aware of that. Oh, no doubt, Reggie Brock. So I hate to reference Borderlands 3 again, but we've been playing through it recently, so it's on my mind. There's a story arc where, I'm going to summarize without spoilers, you end up helping a CEO of one of the corporations, one of the mega corporations, to fight against a CEO of another one. And the other one is Teleji Aleji. Like, not literally, but he's Teleji Aleji. And the amount of damage he causes in such a short period of time is actually staggering. One of the things that he does is he has an asteroid, which he has parked in orbit of a planet, which has a giant laser attached to it. And there's jets on the asteroid so you can position and aim it. I'll let you take the rest from there. Anyways, more importantly, I wish to observe firsthand how people have been faring of late, that I might be better prepared to participate in our discussion later. But I have finished. You'll be comforted to hear. Pray allow us to escort you to more amenable surroundings. Would you care to ride on my shoulder? Certainly not. You've already attracted more than enough attention. You could ride on my shoulder. Oh, no. Not a sword of Damocles so much as a using it constantly because he likes to flex how important and powerful he is kind of way. Like, let me use a direct example, Rax. Hey, Rax! You know, I'm Teleji, right? Hey, Rax! What's that local burger joint you really like? And then you say, no, not such and such. I'm like, oh, yeah, such and such. That's the one. And it's gone. Along with a chunk of the city block there. Like I said, Teleji Aleji. It's actually Teleji Adeleji, but whatever. Oh, Your Grace! I didn't know you were here at this point in time. Thank you all for making the journey here during these difficult times. I just teleported. Can Arenvald teleport? And it is my pleasure to properly make your acquaintance. On behalf of the people of Eorzea, allow me to express my sincerest gratitude for your continued dedication to the cause. With respect, Your Grace, I'm just a soldier. Was a soldier. Still, I say, Commander Alden will not make such a distinction, and neither will I. You yet serve your people and have provided solace to many of Alamigo's most vulnerable. If we are to deal with this threat, we must forearm ourselves with knowledge. I understand you come bearing information regarding the blasphemy and its victims. We have indeed. See, what I'm wondering is, does he count the chair as his possession? And if not, which actually appeals to me more, weirdly enough, do they have to procure a new chair every time he teleports? That would still kind of limit his teleporting ability. Like here, Roban and myself could easily get him a new chair here, right? Like, that's effortless. But there's not a lot of other places he could just to and actually have a chair ready to go, right? Anyways, hence the need to locate families of Crania Lupi members who have fled to Thanalan. There's no end to the struggles faced by the Alamigan refugees, and those who once pledged allegiance to the Empire are no exception. But rest assured that irrespective of their past, all will be treated with an even hand. All will be afforded such aid as I am able to provide. Magnanimous as always, Your Grace. If I might be bold, I have a question. What do you have in mind for those most at risk undergoing the change? Care? Help? Aid? Friends? There's but one recourse. Earnest and open dialogue. I mean, therapy. Real, actual therapy. While some are born into unimaginable wealth, others suffer great hardship and oppression. The circumstances of birth are beyond our control. Our fates subject to the whims of the gods that don't exist. I once thought myself a prisoner to my fate, a figurehead helpless to watch as my people starved. A powerless puppet. I wanted nothing more than to cast it all aside, to free us all, but failed for my naivete. And then I was afforded a second chance for my privilege. The world is unfair, terribly so, but we have the power to push back against inequalities and injustices, if not overcome them on blessed occasions. To love our neighbor, share in life's bounties, to open our hearts, and come together as one. Truer words never spoken. But without the support of the people, such words are naught but vain platitudes. Thankfully, my recent attempts to make inroads with the monetarists have met with some success. Despite differing views on many subjects, we've strived to find common ground. Common ground. We've been pouring all our efforts into aiding the families of the Crown of Lupi, and while it seems to help to agree, some have succumbed and some have turned. Of course, they're not the only ones in danger. Alamegans everywhere. Whether they sided with the Empire or fought the Resistance or were caught in the middle, they all suffered. They're all caught up in the gears of the despair engine. They all wake up at night at times, haunted by memories of death and despair. We know what can happen if those feelings are left to fester. The legacy of the Imperial occupation will not be soon forgotten, but rather than seek to forget, mayhap it is necessary to remember, to acknowledge and accept the truth of it, that they may properly mourn those they have lost. Remembrance. Aye. I propose we hold a memorial ceremony for those who died during the war. Everyone, no matter who they were or what they did. Let them be loved, let them be hated, but above all, let them be remembered. And in the remembering of the dead, in the honor and in the sin, we, the living of Alamigo, may find a sliver of common ground. It's a noble sentiment, but bringing together people who have reason to distrust each other and risk flaming tensions could be a recipe for disaster. Then again, we can't keep ignoring the merit in the room and do nothing to address the situation. As long as we leave it to the individuals to decide whether or not to attend the ceremony, I think it's worth a try. Yeah, don't make this kind of thing mandatory. Organizing an event of this scale will take time and effort, so I offer my full support. Once you know what's needed, come to me and we'll put plan into action. Obviously, some will balk at the idea, which is perfectly understandable, so I'll be listening to their opinions as well. After all, we want it to be a ceremony that brings Alamegans together. I was wondering, Your Grace, if I might ask about your approach to talking to people, winning them over. As you can tell, I'm no politician, so I'd be grateful for any advice you can give me. Well, I would be delighted to. As a matter of fact, I have a number of matters I wish to discuss with you. Then on that note, I suggest you and I return to Alamigo. This is going to sound like a weird time to bring this up, but I'm really curious where FF14 is going after Endwalker. After Endwalker MSQ. Really, really curious. There's so many options. There's so many ways they could take it. There's so many things they could do. And it's a rare... It's like you're looking at the buffet, and it's like, oh, where do I go first? You know what I mean? And yeah, we don't know, like you just said earlier, like I asked about earlier, we don't know. We don't even have a hint. Now, you know what's going to really suck? I can't play the MSQ patch until it's all out. The relationship between Ul'dah and Alamigo is one which I cherish deeply. It's imperative we coordinate our efforts in facing this crisis. I mean, I spent 2 years waiting to continue at 6.4, or excuse me, 5.4. So, wonder what Abi and Uli would say if they told him I had a chat with the Sultana. I can hardly believe it myself. I mean, we could structure it differently. It would be weird to do it, but it's not like... I mean, we're already kind of treading new ground in general. I don't know. Worthy of thought. I'm not sure what that outfit is, but I hope you got your shot, Zira, because you're right there and they're right there. And if you didn't, then you both suck. Okay, good. Just saying, suckitude aboundeth. Oh, hi, Linnerith. I knew Ehrenwald would make a good impression, but he's outdone himself. Not only has he found a new avenue in life to explore, he's taken... You know what I'll do? I've got it. I've actually got an idea. Sorry. So, I think... Yeah, no. Hang on, let me process this for a sec. Yeah, no, okay. Here's how we're going to do it, okay? We're going to chop it up even more than already provisoed. So we've got the patchwalker thing, right? But why don't we make it so that each patch, we have a funding for just the MSQ. Nothing else, but going through the MSQ of that particular patch. That'll be a fairly short stream, right? Which also means it'll be very easy to fund. And each of those will be funded individually. Then the Patchwalker stream, that's everything else. Whatever raids they add, whatever side content they add, the Animal Crossing thing, whatever. All that extra stuff, right? And that'll all be part of the Patchwalker stuff at the end of the expansion. Now, how do I want to handle 6.1? Well, I'm not worried about it, Tim. But yes, I am willing to take that risk. I am also very not worried about it. Let me check my own YouTube page for 1 second here. Give me a second. Yeah, I'm pretty sure people will want me to do the raids, if absolutely nothing else, and optional dungeons and all that other, additional stuff. All that's going to be baked into that. So, okay, here we go. This is what I need to see. Why are you so terrible, YouTube? That's what I thought. And that tracks there. Yep, nope. For 2 expansions now, patch MSQs have been roughly 5 hours. So there you go. 6.1 will be a 5-hour funding. Which will be whatever that is in priority. I don't actually know right now because it's not a linear thing at this point, since the formulas keep getting more and more complicated. And I think I got a dealer's choice just a minute ago from Zachariah, Jebediah, and Reggie. So let's just kind of slide this in here. FF14, 6.1. We'll fund that for day. What's the date today? 7th. Oh my god. 7. There we go. Nobody's funded it yet. It's only $2 that we put towards it. It's 5 hours. It is definitely a Laura's choice. And there you go. It'll apparently cost 1,500. Ah, that's why. Priority. And it's now on the books, so to speak. Update. Don't mind me. My only hesitation in doing Boja stuff off camera and ahead of time. I hate to ask this, Braven. Again? Didn't you move twice recently? I mean, all for you upping your life quality, so, woo. But we can't New Game Plus Boja, which is an issue there. But we can show... If I had done all of Boja in ahead of time, then what I would have been able to do is I would have been able to go through and show off the content and then use the in. So I guess that's actually a better option than anything else. So never mind, I take my statement back. Looks like 2 more quests. No, 3 more. There you are. Commander Alden asked me to convey, yada, yada, yada. Our involved's been making steady progress in preparing for the memorial. He plans to host a meeting between the various community leaders to go over finer details. In fact, he was wondering whether you would assist him with delivering the invitations. If you can spare the time, you should find him in the Mercantile District. I don't like the idea of doing whole patches as they come out. Because what that will mean, and you know this because you've seen this video, is that will mean doing the Rabtoons FF14 video, except on camera. Like, here's the MSQ with the Crystal Braves, and then here's Bahamut, and then here's Crystal Tower, and then back to the MSQ, and then it's blah, 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 blah. I don't like doing that, so I'm just gonna veto that right off the bat. Thanks for coming. It should come as no surprise that planning a memorial ceremony for the whole bloody nation would keep a man busy, but by Ralgar, this is something else. The hardest part's been gathering information for those who died in the war, especially when it comes to the skulls and other conscripts, and they're the ones we need to treat most carefully. If we don't acknowledge the crimes of kin and all their painful truth, then we do a disservice to the victims of the living of the damned. But if we paint the people as monsters who did monstrous things, things we believe we would never do, then we perpetuate a different but no less dangerous lie. As for preparing the event itself, I'll be holding a meeting with members of each settlement. Oh yeah, by the way, if 6.1 gets funded before we're done, I will totally do it before Elden Ring. I've sent invitations to most of them already, but I was hoping you'd help me with the last two. There's Maraza's Nun, and Peering Stones, and Sarisha and Imperial. I'll give you one each. I'm just saying, it's not that big of a pushback. It literally will only be part of a day. We may have driven the Empire from our lands, but as long as we hold fast to the grudges born of their attempt to divide us and set us one against another, we'll never be free of their legacy of cruelty. Well, what you do, Blade Traval, is you go to the Patreon thing, and then you go find the latest post, which should say April monthly funding post. And then you respond to that post. And say, you know, FF14 6.1. And then later, off camera, I do all the cross-checking and stuff I have to do for that, and that's when that'll be allocated. I actually have several pages of Patreon donations, which I have logged in the raw data, but I have yet to put into the spreadsheet yet, because that takes literally about an hour and a half, and I haven't had an hour and a half of my life yet, so... Granted, I've not had much practice in writing letters, but I think they'll get the message. Yeah, sure. It's only moving it back by like a day, Ross. Although, truth be told, I really do not want to play Elden Ring. That is actually not an exaggeration. But if you know anything about me, you know that my preference would be to be done with Elden Ring by now. If I have something I don't want to do, then I want to do it sooner, not later. That's just my approach. It always has been. Get it over with. Greetings, friend. It's been too long since we last spoke. What brings you to my village? Well. And thank you for watching my show, Gundenium. I will put that towards 6.1. Oh, wait, you want to put that towards Patchwalker? Never mind, sorry. I'll put that towards Patchwalker. Different thing, different thing. But the rumors are true. I need not read this letter in full to know its contents. I understand Ragnfrid's volunteers are working to support the families of those lost in the war, which few will deny is a worthy cause, but to include the relatives of the Crania Lupi? The Skulls watched the Empire slay us in our thousands and still turned their cloaks and fought for our oppressors. He would ask us to mourn their deaths alongside these curs, alongside their victims. Arenvald, you have every right to be angry and to refuse. I only wish that you read Arenvald wishes only that you read his account before coming to a decision. To dismiss it out of hand would be discourteous. Very well. Hi, Evo. Hasn't been quite as heavy. As known, my tribe is my family, and I know all too well the responsibility that brings. I would do anything to protect them. Anything! Loyalty, pride, conscience, my very soul. All are meaningless if I cannot ensure the safety of those I love. I suspect the Skulls have been faced with the self-same choice, but to see how their kin suffered, I cannot say I do not understand, though I wish I did not. No, Triaxia. Their crimes will never be forgiven. They cannot be. But I and any others who are willing can offer our prayers for these tortured souls and the men they could have been. She was here for Matsya, Rax. She was present for that scene. Hence the point. She bowed out right after it. So yeah, has it been as heavy? Honestly, we might have peaked, to be completely blunt. I accept the invitation, not on behalf of the M-Tribe, but as Mraz Noon, though I will put the question to my people that they may decide for themselves. I'm also eager to make the acquaintance of the person who wrote this letter. He is not wont to turn a blind eye to the better truth, painful though it is to confront. The meeting will be a perfect opportunity to take his measure. Why is that a blue quest? What is this quest? Oh, that's okay. Yeah, that's the beast tribe. I was just, what the crap is that? That's beast tribe. Moving on. That's why it will remain abandoned forever. Filthy beast, I spit upon you! Patay, patay, patay. Hem. Oh wait, this is Dune. That's actually a positive thing here, right? This one time, Evo, I was drawing an ink and charcoal thing, right? Ink for outline, charcoal for the finer shadings. And I was drawing right to left. And I didn't notice until I was maybe about a third of the way through the problem. By the way, I'm right-handed. So, can sympathize. There have been rumors that such a ceremony would take place. Although you have traveled far to make this invitation, I must decline. We cannot mourn for the loss of the fallen if Crania Lupi are to be counted among them. Like the Kalyana, they chose to aid the Garlean oppressors, killing and bleeding for those who would pillage our lands. Cowards and traitors all. We're to assume the Kalyana who died fighting for the Empire will be honored as well. If so, that is all the more reason for us to refuse. Arnvald understands and accepts you might refuse. His only request was you read his account and then decide. If you insist. No one was spared suffering in the occupation. Not the resistance, not the collaborators, not the families. No one. Despair engine. That so many would die in shame and ignominy, having sold their souls only to lose everything, is a tragedy. A lesson. They are forgotten, then the lesson of their folly is forgotten. For the sake of this land we call home, I will join you in remembrance and implore my people to do the same. In mourning may we strengthen our ties with our neighbors as well. By together facing our past, we can build a foundation for lasting peace and prosperity. It would be my honor to attend the proposed meeting. I look forward to personally thanking your friend Arenvald for his dedication. I and my peers have much to learn from the example he has set. Random thought. I don't know what Emmett Selk would think of how successfully we've been conquering people. I mean, think about Garlemald for a second. You might say that was a disaster and it went badly, but no, that actually went extremely well. As I talked about several times, that could have gone so much worse. Yeah, conquered with kindness. I say conquered, but it almost feels inaccurate. You know? How'd you fare in the fringes? They said that about me! It's rare to get such glowing praise, especially from renowned leaders like Sarisha and Raz Noon. More importantly, though, they agreed to attend the meeting, and I've got you to thank for that. After all, I imagine it's hard to turn down an invitation when it's hand-delivered by the Warrior of Light himself. Before I get ahead of myself, though, I must remember this is only the beginning. Bringing everyone together is one thing. Coming to an agreement on an extremely divisive issue is another kettle of fish entirely, as Her Grace was quick to point out. But as she's taught me, if the causes are just and our hearts are true, those of like mind will surely answer the call. And answer it they have. While they are bound by differences of opinion, I'm sure there's nothing we can't overcome if we put our minds to it. To that end, except for our opinions on the sequel trilogy. To that end, I was hoping you would join us if you've time to spare. There's still a few loose ends Ragnfrid and I need to tie up beforehand, so we'll meet you at the palace as soon as we can. Just having you there will make a huge difference. What the Frel? By the way, I'm allowed to joke because how many of you have heard the comment, stated most likely differently or in different words, it's ridiculous how upset we get about something like the sequel trilogy, right? Allow me to twist that around just a little bit. It's nice that some of the biggest things we can disagree on is our opinion on a trilogy of films. It is quite literally a luxury. It is the definition of a luxury. Now, obviously, not everyone has that luxury. Not everyone is at that point. But it is something I do feel needs to be kept in mind. Perspective. So while we all agree upon the importance of the ceremony, we recognize the inclusion of the crania lupi will be distressing for many. I too lost family at their hands, and I would never ask others to forgive and forget. But for all their crimes, they were Alamegans, just like us. None made the decision to side with Garlemald lightly. They had their choice, and they chose to betray us. Says the tattooed troublemaker. That's literally his name. Tattooed troublemaker. Sorry. Who among us has not made difficult choices for kith and kin? And do not forget Fordilla chose to stand between us and a primal. What does that have to do with it? What does that have to do with it? Sorry, I'll say that correctly. All tattoo wielders. Wearers? Are trouble. Brothers and sisters, arguing will avail us not. The fate of Alamigo rests on my shoulders and yours, on those of every man, woman, and child that call these lands home. To uphold to uphold our honor, to strive for prosperity, to protect our loved ones. We all know of the weight of these responsibilities. 'Twas that selfsame weight which drove many of our people to serve our oppressors, misguided as it was. And though they chose a different unconscionable path, in the end they all wanted the same thing, to deliver our families from persecution, that they might live to see more one day. Because another day in shame and self-hatred was better than none at all. The regretful dead are survived by their despair, a despair which threatens to cast us all into an abyss from which there is no escape. Know that it surely will if we welcome it into our hearts out of disdain for those we cannot forgive. But we Alamegans will not be so easily defeated. We will stand united and conquer this menace. On which axis, Ryman? Every Alamegan who fought and died did so in the hopes that one day we would be free. And we are free. We are free. By the blood of our fallen soldiers and, brothers and sisters, we are free. Free to lock away the pain and pretend it has no power of us until it festers and takes us in our beds. Free to lay it bare and let it breathe. To acknowledge and mourn the people at their best and their worst. The past is ours to bear, all of it. For ourselves and for future generations, so that they needn't suffer like we did. Let us make Alamigo a nation where no man is left behind, where he can make all the wrong choices and still be afforded the chance to make a right one. There's a reason I've never properly covered it as to me. Still, that opinion has not changed and probably will not anytime soon. So, the timing on this is awful, but I need to AFK. I'm just going to be sitting here, but I do need to AFK for an undeterminate period of time. I don't know how long this will take. I know what you're thinking. Lore! What could be more important than doing this quest chain? It is Dad's birthday, so I will be calling him on his birthday. So, we're going to do this real quick. this. That'll do. He says thank you for the happy birthdays. I tried to call him. I think I mentioned this. I tried to call him during my lunch break. He's like, no, I'll be back in a bit. It's like, okay. Brigwin, what weapon do you have equipped right now? Because it looks like that. Stop moving for a sec. Now I wait 30 seconds for her to get me to say that. Brigwin, Brigwin, no! She won't stop bouncing! Like, seriously, I'm guessing that's a sage weapon, based on context clues. That's Crypt Lurker? Interesting. Oh, I have 90. That's why. Do I have Crypt Lurker on me? I don't think I do. Whatever. Anyways, I do apologize for the delay. I didn't think that would be a 15-minute call. I hope you enjoyed the show while I was dealing with that. Well, your opinion doesn't matter, Eric. Now, of course, the really key thing is nobody's opinion matters, but, you know, that's not here nor there. At least about the sequel trilogy. So, yes. Everything's going cool. I recall the incident with Fordola in Alagana. The young girl she saved her mother wished to thank her personally. Considering what happened last time, though, I have reservations. It would be a valuable opportunity to present a former skull in a more positive light. On the other hand, I don't need to tell you how unpredictable she can be. And that's before we take the Echo into consideration. But that's a conversation for another day. Yeah, the moon's literally just a spaceship. I say just. It's a very impressive spaceship. Is that cod? Why is the quest reward cod, speaking of which? No, I can't have the coffee yet. I keep waiting for Savacom to have the coffee. Colony ship is a pretty accurate term, yeah. Something terrible's happened! No! It's Fordola. She's escaped! She... what? She's accompanying a squadron on a training exercise, and now she's gone. I didn't think much of the time, but she's been acting strange ever since she went to meet that mother and child. You know, the ones who wanted to thank her for saving the girl's life. When I told Commander Alden about it, he went charging off to Alagana to ask them if they had any idea where Fordola might be. I thought about going after them, but when I heard you were heading this way, I thought I'd send you in my stead. I mean, that's my gerb. So, before that happened, I got a couple of donations. And by a couple, I mean, like, I actually need to hit refresh because they haven't even shown up on my frickin' tracker yet. So... no, wait! I know, right, Chrono? Oh, thank God there's an adventure here. Okay, so really quick, thank you, Josh Burrell, very much for the donation. I always appreciate very muchly, thank you. And I'll put that towards the FF6 Pixel Remaster. Give me a moment. And hopefully it's actually good. I mean, I would too, Rax. I don't have that much ego. Thank you, Uison Corp. Very much. I'll put that towards 6.1. Thank you very much, Zira. I will put that towards 6.1. And thank you very much, Emperor Valerian. always and ever appreciate muchly. All of you. Thank you. Now, for the hell of it, I'm going to check something on the spreadsheet, like, right now. Let's see here. So, let's do a little math. Let's do these sequentially. So, there's Rax's donation. Okay. There's USN Core. We're just going to put it up here. Then we've got Zira. I noticed that, but I have to do a whole cross-referencing checking thing, so I'll be doing that off camera. Because there's a whole thing that goes into that. One of the reasons I'm grateful I have to do it once a month. There we go. Okay, it is not funded yet. Although, as I've already hinted at, we might be transitioning away from the very idea of funding, or more accurately, funded, and push more towards funding instead. Which is still an idea that's rattling around my brain. And because I know someone's going to ask, it is 63% funded right now. So, let's do a call. Have we done something wrong? Gosh, I hope not. I know you. You're friends with the brave lady, aren't you? Yeah. What was she thinking? Oh, it's been great, Dr. Nimbus. It's been great. Normally, I would like to put up a brave front and say that everything was cool, but no, I bawled like a baby earlier. No point in hiding from it. I wasn't expecting to see you here. You've heard what's happened, then. Just as Fordola was beginning to earn our trust, she's given us the slip. As you may know, she wears a choker that's designed to do exactly that if the enchantment is triggered. It's supposed to prevent her from escaping. If I were to give the order, she would be dead within moments, and she knows that. She took the risk anyway, so I have to believe she has good reason. That's what we're looking into now. We were hoping Clairol and young Lyra here could shed some light on the matter. I'd like to ask you about your conversation with Fordola, if we may. Of course. I know she's the butcher, or was, at least, but it didn't seem right to go without thanking her. That's why I requested the meeting, to express my gratitude and my apologies. She was quiet at first, just stood there as we spoke, as if she wasn't even listening, and then I mentioned the blasphemy, and she looked at Lyra, and all of a sudden clutched her own head and cried out in agony. The echo. Do you remember what you were thinking about at the time? A man. The one I saw in the city. What? Who? Did he have something to do with the people panicking? But which one are you putting it towards, FMA? Oh my god. I think he did. When I was waiting for you, I saw him. He was by himself. He looked poorly, so I asked if he was alright, and he said yes. He had a nice smile. He got up and started walking, but then... he was shouting and screaming. I was so frightened I didn't want to talk about it, not even to Mum. Oh, she'd said something sooner. Oh, I'm sorry, Poppet. This is my fault for leaving you on your own. The man who turned into a blasphemy, I'd wager. The girl saw him, which means Fordola has now seen him, too. There was one other thing. When Fordola was having her funny turn, she said something. Charlie? No, Charlet. That was it. Ring any bells? Can't say it does, but if he has something to do with the skulls, the silver griffins should have info on him. Just have a word with Ragnfrid, then. And really quick, thank you, FMA Word. Very much. Now, you just say FF14, but there's all of a sudden several things you can donate for. Now, you say patch. So, there's multiple patches. So, I am asking people to be precise and specific at this point. If you don't mind. Because we've kind of changed how we do it, like, 40 minutes ago. That's a little new. This is all on me. But the idea is you can donate for a specific patch, like 6.1 or 6.2, or Patchwalker, which is going to be all the side stuff, all the extra stuff, all the non-MSQ. And that's kind of... And I'm going to keep saying that out loud so people get the message and people are aware of how we're doing this. Because, honestly, this format could apply to WoW, too, if we decide to... If WoW fixes its crap and gets, good again, this could be something we can do over there as well. Have patch content, cover it in such a manner. I do hope so. But I suppose that goes without saying, really. I don't know many people who... Well, let's not get into that. Thank you very much, Five. Always. And I will jot that one down for 6.1. And I'll put yours, FML word, also towards 6.1. Yeah, that's hopium, not copium. Copium, it's actually an interesting distinction, because copium would be like, it's okay, WoW's totally going to be okay. I just got to keep going. I just got to get one more gear level. Hopium is... I hope it gets good. I really hope so. I'd have to go do the numbers. Yes, Linnaeus, is the answer to your question. So, you've been very helpful. I'd like to thank you for being so kind to Fordola. She may not have said it, but I'm sure it meant a lot to her. She's... I like the tint of this entire story arc, by the way. It's emphasizing something that fiction uses, but doesn't acknowledge as often as it should. That victimizers are often victims as well. Not always. Not always. Real life is not that clean cut. But when you see a prison hierarchy, because that's what it is, most often the people who are doing the brutalizing are themselves brutalized. And it just goes up the layer, right? It goes up the frickin' ladder. Fordola may be everything she says she is and worse, but she did us a good turn that day, and I'll never forget it. I kind of like that idea, too. Yeah, exactly, Inamisho. It's just... Where did the brave lady go? Well, Yeah, it's horrifically effective. What's funny is... Hang on. Whatever she's dealing with, she needn't face it alone. I wish she could have told her that. Even though I know she probably wouldn't have listened. What I find funniest is the first game we really discussed that topic in was the Minecraft Telltale game, specifically the second one. There was a really, really messed up prison system in a Minecraft server, and, well, you know what I mean, in that game. And it was just... Wow! The layers. God, it was so it was actually legitimately horrifying. Charlotte, you say? Yeah, that name came up during our recent investigations. As I recall, he served under the Viceroy during the occupation. And his whereabouts are currently unknown. Had an older brother named Ansfrid, one of the Crania Lupi. Which would give him a connection to Fordola. Anyone who could tell us more about him? Yes, an uncle, who we recently helped find employment here in Elegana. He's actually the one who asked us to look for Charlotte. You'll most likely find him working at the Sleeping Stones. As it happens, I was planning to bring him something to eat. I'll join you there shortly. Yeah, let me go ahead and discuss an interesting aspect of how creative design and managerial design kind of run into each other for a moment. Let's assume for a moment that 5 of you randomly in chat, I say, hey, each of you, you write the healer quest chain, you write the DPS quest chain, you write the tank quest chain, etc., right? And then you all are different writers with your own ideas and your own styles, and you write 5 different stories. So we get 5 very different types of storytelling for these role chains. And that's good. Also, it means that I'm effectively shotgunning a little bit in terms of creative design, because this means with these stories, we are more likely to get some varied stories and some good stories out there. Also good. But hang on. What does this have to do with management? Well, let's say that I pull these stories in, and I'm going to pick on you, Rax. Rax's story sucks. And I know it sucks. But he spent the last 3 weeks on this thing, and we're out of time. So, we have a choice. And you get it, right? Like, you can't just say, all right, we've decided to put out, you know, a tank quest chain and a healer quest chain, and not a DPS quest chain, because that storyline sucked and we didn't have time to actually workshop it into something good. So, and there's an expectation built in there. And I know what you could say, well, the obvious answer is to go ahead and delay. We're going to push this one quest chain back. That they can do that. In fairness, that is a solution. It is obviously a problematic solution, because it's going to cause a lot of people to be like, what the hell? And there will be some outrage, and there will be some accept, and then blah, 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 blah. So, it is a choice. It's a strategy. But it's kind of the only strategy. Either just go with it, or you try to hold it back. By the way, yep, I was going to say, holding it back not only raises their expectation, oh, it's going to be really good now, but also, there's no guarantee your second story is going to be better. So, you could see why this is how management and creation can both kind of conflict with each other. Perhaps we should have asked what he looks like. And yeah, that's another thing. I'm not even talking about dominoes. There's plenty of ways this could have a knockoff effect on quite a few things. But yeah, sometimes you just have to deal. Sometimes you have to say, well, that story sucks. And I mention this because, well, obviously everyone has different opinions on quality when it comes to writing. I imagine at least some of the class quests, the writers and creators and directors, and director, you know, Yoshi P himself, probably knew, yeah, this chain kind of sucks. But we can't not have a paladin chain. So... oh, of course not. Good to see you, Ragnford. A word, the Bull of Alamago and the Champion of the Alliance. What brings such esteemed guest to our humble quarry? At ease, my good fellow. We merely should ask about your nephew. No, yeah, exactly, Rax. I was just thinking about this as we were going through this chain right here, because of exactly that. Obviously, there's, you know, more practical and tangible reasons to cut down the quests, but it occurs to me, if you I know this sounds strange, but shotgunning less things is a more likely to succeed pattern, because you have less chances of failure, if that makes any sense. I'm not explaining myself right, but it makes sense from a management perspective, I swear. Like, there's a good reason to shotgun stuff, but you don't. There's also such a thing as shotgunning too much stuff, you know. Anyways, Charlotte, you found him. That depends on how they do their systems, Kata Snow. It also depends on what their concept was, because it's entirely possible their concepts were fine. I mean, help me out. What's a really bad quest? Like a specific quest chain in this game that's really bad. Okay, how about the Heavensward Paladin chain, right? Or weapons. Or Nier. Actually, yeah, those are great examples. So the weapon chain. We're going to do a mecha thing. We're going to do a mecha chain about these teenagers who are being forced to fight, and they're the sons of Gaius. Or the sons and daughters of Gaius. They're part of that whole chain. There's your concept, which the director has now approved of, because that's a good concept. We're going to do a crossover with Nier, and we're actually going to get the Nier writers and creators involved in the design side of things. There's your concept. If you want to go further, we're going to make this loop into Drakengard and Nier Automata. And there's your concept, right? And so forth and so on. My point is, it's easy to see how a story which has a good premise can turn into a bad story. After all, I have a whole lorium for that concept. Anything else you can tell us? More about his childhood, perhaps. There wasn't much of one, I'm afraid. Poor boy's life was ruined long before he had any say in the matter. His parents and I swore allegiance to Garlemald to secure ourselves kin and citizenship, for all the good it did us living here amongst countrymen who treated us as pariahs. Took its toll on him and his brother, to be spat on traitors by association. One thing led to another, and Ansfrid, along with his friends, joined the Imperial army. That's how it started, you know, the Crania Lupa. Gaius's loyal little pups. You remember the names of these friends? Yes, they had quite the reputation growing up. There was Emmeline, Rudolph, and the angry little girl who grew up to be the butcher herself, Fordola. Charlotte was speaking part of the group, yes, but from what I've heard, he chose not to become a soldier. Wouldn't have lasted a day in training. He knew that better than anyone, of course. Not that it helped him feel any less guilty for turning his back on the others. He blamed himself for their deaths, for not stopping them when he had the chance, for not being strong enough to wish to fight by their side. Maybe save them, maybe not. But he wasn't there, and he wished he had been, and then one day he was gone. Wherever he is, I hope he's safe and well. He is neither, sir, but I will not tell you that. So do we. Thank you. The information you've shared is most useful. As for you, I brought you some food. Why don't you call it a day? Go enjoy it with your family. Let him have peace for now. Back to Alagana. It was a good move, bringing food. Especially in a situation like this. I actually imagine some of these people are quite literally working for food and shelter. They're not literally getting coin for their work. Little steps, right? I mean, after all, Alamigo is still economically in ruin. And is only being, like, I'm going to put this as bluntly as I can. Alamigo has a drip feed, economically speaking, from Lolorito. The refugee aid, which is inching money in and out, and in and out of money, is the only reason this place's economy is not in complete and utter shambles right now. And I don't just mean economy in terms of currency, but in terms of goods, services, transit. Not only was his brother a member of the Skulls, but Charlie himself was a childhood friend of Fordola's. I'm told he refused to support the Silver Griffins as well. He's been trying to make his own for some time now. His brother and friends died at Specula Imperatoris, save for Fordola, and gods know how she felt after that. Or how Fordola felt after about Charlet after seeing Lily's memories of him transforming into a blasphemy. Brother of a man she killed and a childhood friend besides. She thinks she's responsible for this. That's why she ran, to kill the beast. I thought I'd say this, but I'm worried about her. Fordola's a survivor and outcast, exactly the sort of person the Silver Griffins are trying to support. You've seen for yourself the sacrifices she's trying to make, and if you learn to feel sympathy for her, maybe others can too. I think we have enough information for the time being. Let's return to the city and plan our next move. I mean, I've actually already answered that, Reggie. We answered that a while ago. I would love to see a restoration of the first. But rather than focus it on one zone, I do it on multiple zones. Get the trade routes going, you know? Get connections between people. Get the trolley! And, of course, naturally, kill Volley. Oh, well, can't kill Volley, sorry. But yeah, I would also like to see a restoration of Garlemald, because holy frigamoly. The thing is, what Garlemald doesn't need is a restoration, they need a complete frickety overhaul. Like, yikes. They really need some help over there. I've assigned a few of my soldiers to assist the Silver Griffins in investigating Charlotte's background. With luck, we'll find what we need soon. Last one. The Gift of Mercy. Thank goodness you're here. Commander Alden needs to see you right away. Follow me. Okay. Keep it contained till I arrive, but do not engage if you can help. Understood? That was Monaga. Her unit found Fordola, or rather she found them. In fact, Fordola, I have Fordola on the search party's link pro. She wants a word with you. Give me the frequency. 115.31. This is urgent, so be quiet and listen. The blasphemy, my friend, is right in front of us. I tracked him down, and when he spotted me, he started heading towards Specula Imperatoris. Look, Laura, I need your help. Yes, you do. Charlet is not... He never wanted to hurt anyone, but this thing he's become is... I can't leave him like this. I've got to stop him, whatever it takes. Wait till we get there. Do not engage. Is that clear? I owe you. This is Monago. Can you hear me? We've got the blasphemy surround and they're dead. It's on the move. Get ahead of it. Maintain distance. We need... Fordola, what are you doing? Fordola! Fordola! God damn it. Oakley dokley. This should be fun. Probably weird. When she's got her mindset, there's no stopping her. She's convinced herself she's responsible for this mess, that she created the blasphemy single-handedly. Yeah, you notice I specifically took the option that was more military because I thought she might respond to that better. I gave her orders as a commander, and she immediately was like, nope. So that didn't work out. Radiata and Alighieri are not far from Specula Imperatoris. If we let that blasphemy slip through our fingers, it doesn't bear thinking about. And while Fordola is determined to slay it by her own hand, we cannot allow her recklessness to put the lives of others in jeopardy. Let's frickety go. Hold the line, as long as you can. Commander Alden and the Warrior of Light will be there any moment. Stay strong. Yep, we're here. We're here. Well done. Leave the rest to us. Just right in the knee. Just boom! Get the injured to safety. Coward. Coward. Traitor to them and to everyone. Remember, that's not him, Fordola. He's dead. He's gone. No, not now. Oh my god, really? So we've seen this scene before. I wish there was another way. So do I, but fighting's the only thing I'm ever good at. Makes me wonder how I ended up with such a clever brother. Too clever for my own good, maybe. Just the thought of going into battle, about getting hurt, about having to hurt other people. He's a bleeding heart. Sooner for friend to fly than shoot away. Much less kill it. I could kill if I wanted. I could. But you don't, and there's no shame in that. Leave the soldiering to us. We'll show the Garleans what we're capable of, get the power and respect we deserve, and then things will change. They will. You'll see. We'll find a place for ourselves, and you'll find yours soon enough. Alright, that'll do. Everyone who's enlisting, meet back here tomorrow. In the end, what good did I do? They gave everything they had to give, while I hid like a rat waiting for the storm to pass. Coward. 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 Better dead, better forgotten. It's not your fault, Charlotte. It's not. You didn't do anything wrong, and I'm the coward. The traitor. The butcher. I'll always be the butcher. Don't you dare, Fordola. You don't get to end it. You don't get to give up. I won't let you. You have a lifetime to make amends and atone, to become something more than you were. But if you die here, you are everything they say and everything you believe. Is that what you want? I said it before and I'll say it again. Defiance is a defense against despair. Arenvald, why are you here? There's nowhere else I'd rather be. I can't fight by your side, but I can still cheer you on. And right now, we need that more than we usually do. I've seen your past, Charlie. How you were left behind while your friends rushed into battle. It's bloody hard, isn't it? Want to do something so desperately with every fiber of your being, knowing you should be able to. You should, but you can't. So you find another way to support them. Your way. You did that too, didn't you? You were there for them, even if it didn't feel like it. But you were. You were. A friend of mine once said, not all heroes are forged in the fires of battle. The history of Alamigo is written in blood. Yeah, going back a couple centuries. While we cannot change the past, we can change the future. And for that, we must play our part. All of us. You too, Fordola. Listen to the Lich. And Melon, one day we'll be together again, but not today. Also, if you give in to despair, then you won't be with them, just as a heads up. Just point that out. Count on you. What, I have to heal you for this?
As one!
Kind of did, yeah, Pillars of Snow. It's actually fun to think about. I've always said that Darth Vader is stronger than Anakin Skywalker, and I've always stood by that opinion. Oh, yeah, I can do that. Listen, nobody actually reads Wikipedia anymore. Well, not about the AU anyways, because its entries on the AU are crap. Hyperspace is a thing. Oh, I don't remember. No, I actually do remember. It would have been 2 years ago at this point. So, 2020. Y'all stop taking so much damage. Listen, all I'm saying is that the AU sucks in every way, shape, and form. 100% binary. This is the dumbest possible thing.
Show them what we're made of!
Rebel's portrayal of Thrawn is okay. I don't like it personally. Let me walk that back. I don't prefer this. Prefer it. But it is a good portrayal. I was just thinking that him. It's like, are they gonna dodge the mechanics or? Oh, I have this ability at this level. Not used to doing stuff at 90, ironically. Actually, it's funny you mentioned that, Django. Not that you care at all, but screw you, I'm going to tell you anyways. My mother's been looking for new books to consume recently. And actually recommended the new Thrawn trilogy by Zahn. I haven't read it, of course, but it's Timothy Zahn, so, you know.
Tizona!
Sting? I'm curious why you joined stream, actually. Not that I'm upset about it, just confused. Whatever.
Try this!
When do I get that limit break? Jeez. Ugh, fine. We'll rotate them out to Naboo's active. Jeez, please. No, I mean the one that does 20% of a boss's health in one shot. Probably about 2 to 3 weeks, Django. I'd say 3 weeks is probably the ceiling. This is neat and all, but he's gone, so he doesn't get to go be with his friends. I know. He's gone. This is for her. That's her let it go. Thank you. I mean it. Next Tuesday, by the way, Django. Okay, I like that. And not just because of FF10. Don't leave me hanging. What I like to do, Evo, is I like to pull quotes I like from games or stories or whatever, and then just translate the whole quote. And when I say quotes, I mean like paragraphs, you know. I also take requests, which is exactly what you've done, so. Leave them hanging. Despair! We're looking everywhere for you. Have you now? You know what I would do? I would have there be a future quest where Fordola just doesn't have the necklace anymore. Don't draw attention to it. Don't have someone explain it. Don't have 15 pages of dialogue going into it. Just, the necklace is gone. We put down the last remaining beasts spawned by the blasphemy. 'Tis a pity we could do not more for those who turned, but that we were able to prevent further casualties is nothing short of a miracle. Astonishing, too, looking back at Charlet's case. Though his existence spurred others to transform, he never attacked settlements or travelers. Even when he underwent the change in the middle of a crowded street, those who were present escaped with minor injuries at worst. I think deep down his compassion is what kept the raging blasphemy at bay. I mean, considering blasphemies are, based on what we can tell, at least partially formed of the last thoughts that lead to the despair event horizon, that actually makes a degree of sense. About another 10 years is the current projected, Django. The only time he emerged from hiding was to journey to the place where his brother died. Why do we not have air conditioning units built into the armor at this point? Zacked out, get on that. It's clear he retained some semblance of his former self. Another victim of the Empire's terrible legacy, along with his friends and so many others. But the Crania Lupi wasn't the creation of the Imperials alone. Many of those youths sought a place with them because they were denied one with us. That's why the memorial ceremony is so important. It's our chance to face our past together, to give them in death what we couldn't in life, to not deny anyone a place in memory, even if it hurts or makes us feel ashamed. You'll be attending, won't you? Haven't been ordered to, so I suppose not. In light of your leal service to Alamigo, I intend to have the conditions by which you are bound eased. Providing I'm able to approval, you will be granted a degree of freedom. Or at least, we should soon have no need for that choker. No objections from me. You've done well. If I didn't know better, I'd think you were smiling. I, for one, can be happier with our efforts at being recognized. It gives me that much more motivation to continue my work with the Silver Griffins and bring the people of Alamigo closer. Are you sure that the extremely obviously evil person is evil, Ross? Got to do my best to keep up with a certain little lordling, eh? I think we're done for the day. Let's get some rest. You know what's funny? There are 2 moons over Azeroth. We've never been to either of them. Allow me, as both Guardian of Alamigo and your sworn comrade, to express my thanks for your coming to our aid in these desperate times. No matter... Actually, the moon that we went to here, Django, is in fact a space station, so there you go. No matter what manner... They haven't made the joke yet. No matter what manner of disaster may befall us, your presence alone is enough to keep the flame of hope burning bright. Even someone on the very precipice of despair such as Fordola can find salvation in your guiding light. Heavens forbid people would stop throwing themselves in harm's way at every opportunity. Put you healers out of a job? Not a chance. Although in all seriousness, we could stand to take a few fewer risks. In any case, it's safe to say we've all benefited enormously from your sterling work here. We couldn't ask for a better healer or a better friend. Our ambassador at Rods and Han will be relieved to learn of your successes here. If you cross paths, give him our regards, which, of course. Yeah, in all sincerity, that WoW expansion that's going to be announced, what is that? Looks like about 2 weeks from now. If they're going to the frickin' moon, I'm just... whatever. Honestly. What's even stupider is there's no need to go to the moon. This is an extraordinarily minor spoiler, but Azeroth itself is already basically one step away from being an artificial planet. So, you know, we don't need an artificial moon. You know what I mean? Almost turned in the wrong quest there. Why not have the moon come to them? I can't comment on that because that is spoilers. Greetings, how goes it in Alamigo? Is there anything that could be in a WoW expansion that would excite me? On the face of it, no. What I want from the next WoW expansion is for it to be good. That's the requirement. That's the desire. I want them to fix their crap. You know what I mean? In fact, let me walk that back. Sorry, hang on. Because remember, one of the biggest complaints I have about Shadowlands is that it is good. Merely good. It is an acceptable expansion. I want the next expansion to be legit. That's what I want. Let's find an example of going above and beyond the Call of Duty. I'll be sure to send words of your exploits to Ul'dah. Wait till the Sultana hears about this. Yeah. Regrets would not be the only one to welcome the news. On behalf of the Grand Company of Eorzea, allow me to express my most heartfelt gratitude. Yeah, I want him to be a frickin' Blizzard, in a good way, not a bad one. You can now dye the job-specific gear for 90 healers. Job-specific gear will become available at some point. That's MSQ tied, right? You don't have to tell me when or where, just that's MSQ tied, right? Okay, cool. That's what I thought. Making sure. Moving on. What's the worst one? What's the worst one? Tank, huh? Alright, well. It's my warrior, right? Yep. Over here. Of course, it's Gridania. Of course it's frick. Oh my god, Valvedrix, don't even joke about that. Were you there when they announced BFA, Valvedrix? Because I was doing a live restream of that announcement. People started memeing on it. So for those of you who weren't there for that, I was like, yeah, and then they started doing the Horde vs. Line thing, and I just sank in my chair, and then I started playing Mega Man. Now, if you don't fully understand that, Mega Man's kind of a coping game for me, because it's one of those, you know, it's a pure sushi game. It's just, I can relax to it. I can restructure my brain and reorganize while playing Mega Man. And I'm just sitting there like, oh my god, yeah, it's my copium. Well, yeah, sure, we'll call it that. It's my copium. It's just, yeah, okay, I'm just gonna play some Mega Man, because this is ridiculous. This is so... Oh, yeah, if that would probably be even worse than going to the moon. I mean, I would be upset if they went to the moon, but let's be honest, Blizzard has always stolen ideas from other companies. The trick is if they do it well and apply it properly. That's always been the trick. If they just do the HVA thing again... Anyways. Moving on. Yeah, 12 years. So those of you who have been paying attention to the Warcraft, Lorecraft series I've been doing, there's something I call the Horde Alliance Force. It's a specific grouping of individuals, mostly adventurers, but also some specific NPCs and some forces, military forces on both sides, that have been unified bit by bit, basically from vanilla all the way up to Wrath. That was cracked with the Wrathgate. You know, that restarted the war and reignited it. Built up over years, big reignition, cataclysm happens, and then, you know, warlords happen, and then the Horde Alliance Force kind of starts getting together again. And there's this whole arc, which goes across 2.5 expansions, arguably a full 3 expansions, about the Horde Alliance no longer being a thing, and how we need to actually be unified and fortified, and we're fighting the freaking Legion. And there's multiple lengthy story arcs going through each of the 3 expansions, all about putting aside the hatreds of the past, and not letting the cycle of vengeance of the former people who worked for the Garlemald, worked for the Legion, you know, causing them issues and so forth and so on. Right? And yet, After all that, 3 expansions worth. That's years. And then, by the way, we're fighting each other again. Sorry, I'm sorry to rant. I apologize. I myself get upset when other people do this. I just need people to understand just how stupid that announcement really was. Anyways, but yes, I'm specifically holding off on Gunbreaker to gauge the leveling curve. Because if you remember, the Shadowbringer's leveling curve, especially at launch, was actually crap. And there were issues with that. We actually had to stop a few times in the MSQ to go level in order to get caught up. That's why I'm on my warrior. Anyways. So, Gridania! I have come on behalf of the Twin Adders to enlist the aid of accomplished fighters. The small folk cower in their homes for fear of unprecedented threat to the Twelveswoods. A blasphemy. It strikes quickly, with deadly precision before returning to the shadows once it came. Try as we might, we have yet to devise a means to track it, much less slay it. We will be continuing the MSQ once all the role quests are done. Correct. That's already committed. I've even changed the title of the stream to accommodate. Several brave souls search for it even now, but their chances would be improved greatly if they had a stout protector at their side. Judging by your reputation, I dare say you'll be precisely the man we seek. What say you? Will you serve as shield? Yes, I will go do the tank quest. Protecting the realm is literally what I do. I will take that as an enthusiastic yes! Make haste to the Adder's Nest. Report to my superior. All Gridania. Pray for your success. Yeah, I've had war ready to go. I leveled Warrior, Sage, Reaper, and Red Mage. And Dancer. Sorry, I know I was missing one specifically for this. I have since leveled other things, but I set up those 5 for these role quests. Hi, Baron. And yeah, I was noticing that was about a 2-hour role quest. Now, we did have a fairly large pause in the middle there because I had to tell my dad happy birthday. And then I paused to rant about WoW. I apologize. So I'd say about 2-ish hours per role quest is probably about accurate. Which means we'll get one more dungeon day, because remember, this is a short day because it's a D&D night. Our liaison at Radzatan sent word of your arrival, but I can scarcely believe our luck. Are you truly here to help us bring this wicked blasphemy to heel? Yeah, that's my gerb. Yeah, I always have to account for the WoW rant coefficient. There's hope for us yet. I shall fetch the Elder... I read pretty fast. So I just read that as, there's hope for us yet. I shall fetch Emmett Selk at once. There he is! Oh, that would be funny. Full glad am I to welcome you in good health and good spirits, Lord. Gridania, allow me to thank you for your rising to our defense yet again. He looks so young! And why is he with Kane, or Sane? No, it's Kane. I'm right. Kane. There he is! You will forgive me for eschewing further formalities. Time is of the essence. Share with you what little we know of the elusive scourge. Following the events in Thavnir, we received reports that an unidentified man had fallen into the road before transforming into a beast. A blasphemy. Yep. It's called Glepnir, the creature of legend. It emerges without warning, brings destruction and tragedy, and then leaves. Ere we can respond to it, retreats in hiding, leaving no trace for us to follow. The elements cry out to us, please rid of us this wicked presence. But even if we tracked to its lair, I fear besting the beast would be no simple matter. The wounds of Glepnir's victims are tainted by corruption, and we can but conclude that the fiend's fangs, claws, and horns are imbued with poison. The smallest scratch sends the afflicted into fits, and death soon follows. Yeah, how do you lay down as an Aura? Or as a Pajal? Like, how do you... I guess they can't lay on their sides, for example. Are you joking, Rex? Mayhap you know of the creeping death. The effects of Glepnir's vile poison bear more than a passing similarity to the symptoms of that deadly plague. It swept through the 12s many years ago. I actually remember this. The sick found their skin covered in chain-like patterns and spent their final moments in excruciating pain. It's because you're half-walker, Sierra. 'Twas before long I came to Gridania, but people still speak of it with dread. It's true the disease spared not a single cure? Very nearly, yes. Before the remainder were taken away to be devised a cure from the Glimshroom. Yeah, we've actually already covered this in brief. I actually forget which question that was, but it's been brought up before. Slow though it was, the scars of this tragedy could then begin to heal. In the Wolves' Den? Wait. I know your character, Kata. Glepnir threatens to reopen old wounds, I fear, yet despite the similarities between blasphemies, corruption, and creeping death marks, it's unclear how these two phenomena are related, if at all. Yeah, if this is the D&D creeping death, this would be bad. Both conjuring and white magic have failed to abate the poison spread. To confront Glepnir now would place our soldiers at risk of grievous injury. Forgive me, sell seeds here. It appears to be urgent. We've detected... There's a pile of catgirls around the ether crystal. No! And he gives in to despair right in front of us. We have to kill him. Thank you, Baron. Very much as ever and as always. Okay, I'm sorry. I've got to see this. Where is Zira? Why is Bragwin's name not purple? Oh my god, that's actually a pile of catgirls. I thought you were joking about that. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. Alright. Let me write down that donation before I lose my mind. Now that is blasphemy. There's a two-step reference. No, Talzeratul, no! Save yourself! It's too late for me. Word of the attack. Word of the catgirl pile has yet to spread amongst the populace. They remain calm for now. We cannot say for certain the catgirl pile has quit this place. Stay on your guard. Elder Seeds here. You honor us with your presence. I cannot thank you enough for coming all this way. Given the dire circumstances, I would not leave this to another. Where is the pile of catgirls? Outside the bobbing cork, being attended by one of our hearers. They're a capable hearer, but I worry this is beyond his abilities. I shall do all in my power to aid them. In turn, I may have need of your assistance as well. I ask you to stay close. Both of you. Oh, hey, I'll get to try out at 90, so I'll get... What's the thing I got at 90? Primal Rand, yeah! That's... this one? Nope, wrong one. Is it this one? There it is! Yeah, Primal Rand! Sorry. Up. I also have Bloodwetting, which I still don't know how to use. I'll figure that out later. But I got Primal Rand! Which is even better. Is this outside? Oh my god. That he survived his encounter with the pile of catgirls speaks to his fortitude. I know not if he can be saved, but if we can at least allay his suffering, we must. He clings to life, albeit barely. We must try to ease his pain. Pain! Ugh. He's a hardy soul, but I'm utterly at a loss. While I managed to heal his wounds, the poison lingers. I fear the worst is yet to come. When I removed his clothes for treatment, I recognized the chains. Yeah, as I say, the creeping death showed up several times. Or not the creeping death. And I'm screwing it up. No, yeah, the creeping death. I'm right. The creeping death showed up several times in previous things. So. Do not lose heart. I shall spare no effort. Rest for now. We may have need of your talents again ere long. She goes, man, she goes. Swarm of them. I came from the East Gate. They're known as carriers of the creeping death. The villagers are on the edge. If they think the Violkin harbingers of another plague, they may panic. Pray see that she goes. I will remain here with the victim. Yes, ma'am. I will make sure that no cat girl gets beyond the line. Every cat girl will be destroyed. Especially this one. Just the engines there. There we go. There we go. Yep. And dealt with. You what? Zero? You know what? No, I'm gonna choose to think. The creeping death in TNT. Much as I hate to cut myself back here. Hang on. You have to give me a minute here. There's apparently a creeping death in MTG as well. That's cute. You know what? That's way too much to read. You can look it up. It's bad. They were near Alder Springs, a whole swarm of them, like an army getting ready for war. Bring the creeping death, like it's not. Folk have been dropping dead with no rhyme or reason. I'm not about to join them. No, sir. Came running back as fast as my legs could take me. Were you bitten? I'll show you to a hero if so. Not a single hole that doesn't belong, you can be sure. Don't worry. The zombies didn't bite me. Well, we could, but keeping the gate manned is our priority. We have not the numbers to spare for a hunting party. By the time the whaler reinforcements arrive, it'll be too late. We'll deal with the Chagos. Aye. The ones who cull the greater number owes the other a flag. Deal? Deal. As I say, Heart of Corundum, which is awesome. I have utterly fallen in love with that. Holy Sheltron, which I've only seen, but I can already tell I'm going to love. And, of course, Blood Wedding, which I think I actually do have on my bar. Let's find out in a few seconds here. Excuse me, sir. Oh, no! No? Maybe it's over here. Nope. There it is. There's Blood Wedding. Oh, I had it on one of those buttons. That actually makes perfect sense, because that's also the button I have Heart of Corundum on. Go figure. Yeah, there's actually a creeping death person in D&D as well, but that's not what I was referencing. So, just because it's fun. That's Primal Rend. It's a perfect example of what I call viscerality, because it's this really cool, big, awesome-looking attack, but it also happens to hit like a truck. And it's an AoE. It's a 700 potency. Now, it's one of those limited AoEs, so it does that to one target and then does less to the others, which, as I've said before, is actually really good design. But still, 700 nuke in the face. Yeah, no. Primal Rend is legit. Well, be praised. And you. I've come bearing a cure for the creeping death, but it's a little use against actual death. That's why I've come. I've heard tale of a man suffering from uncommon pains at Fallgord Float. Sensing an opportunity for philanthropy and a touch of profit, I'll admit, but if what you say is true, his condition demands a much swifter pair of feet. You should go take it to him instead. I feel like I'm being followed by someone. Oh well. You saved my life, and one good turn deserves another. I only hope the cure works as well as purported. As for me, I'll be on my way, and give any Vilekin I spy a wide berth. So, it's a minute cooldown to do it. I don't know how often you can do Stardiver. Are you a Makote? That looks like a Makote face. That's a Makote face, okay. Oh, there you go. So we can do it as much as you can. Ours is just better. My favorite part about it is that it doesn't actually consume the stack of inner release, so you can keep doing Bell cleave in the face after you do it. You'd be like, yeah, and then fell cleave, and then fell cleave. Thank you for culling them. Thank you for culling the cat girls. Oh. I'm sorry, can I interrupt myself just really quick? There was so WoW is very modular in its design. By design, it's designed to be a very moddable game, right? I don't just mean in terms of mod support, obviously. I mean, anybody with even a vague understanding of code can dig into WoW and reverse engineer it. It is that way by design, right? The reason I mention this is for a while there, it was really easy to adjust a few files and basically adjust a few pointers in your client to change what models would be used for certain things. So you could be wandering around town and you switch into like tree form, for example, and all of a sudden you're a lich, to use a specific comparison. And it just, you know, because of how it's designed, it just uses all the lich's animations instead of the tree's animations. Anyways, I want you to picture FF14, but all the enemies are replaced by cat girls. Because that's what just went through my head. Thank you for culling them. Alas, our patient's condition has yet to improve, and it is all we can do to keep them from succumbing to the poison. Well, I got some for you. I know this medicine. It was once used to treat the creeping death. It has symptoms that may prove effective here as well. It works upon the body quite quickly, as I recall. Hold on a little longer, my friend. The medicine will soon relieve you of your pain. Oh, it hurts. It hurts. I know. Why? The man shrieks, dying his throat as his body is racked by violent convulsions. He then dies. Well. I don't know if you noticed that, but my character closed his eyes in the background there when that happened. At the very least, his suffering is over. Had we been quicker to deliver the medicine, would he have yet lived? I don't think so. He was doomed the moment the poison enters his blood. As will be others if we don't gain an understanding of our foe. So just remove all his blood. Let this tragedy not be in vain, but serve as a lesson. Though the effects of Glepnir's corruption resemble the creeping death, 'tis clear the two share little else in common. Yeah, thank God he died instead of worse, huh? The poison burns through the body more quickly than any disease, too deadly to be borne by creatures as fragile as them, or any other besides. Even cat girls couldn't do this. That's one less possibility that people need fear. 'Tis a shame life was lost, but this knowledge may help us ensure fear for others are not. Yet death has very quickly become a mercy in the wake of the despair wave. Spread word, but do so with delicacy. In these troubled times, fear and despair can drive in the goodliest souls to desperate ends. Glepnir is the only blasphemy known to us in Gridania for now. We must do our utmost to stop it from sowing further discord. We'll give him the proper burial, and everything will be cool forever. You know, I have better armor than this. Join them, little Billy. Join the cat girls! Don't actually... Yeah. Ascertaining his whereabouts is still primary concern. Let's return. Okay. I was gonna say. There we go. Hey, now I kind of match my axe, too. Check it out. It's not too shabby. If not for this giant flaming rage without me. Yes, pillars of... okay. Pillars of Snow's pick has been pictured. The cat girls have spread. You know what would be truly terrifying? Bunny girls everywhere. Also known as a Tuesday for me. Glepnir has been sighted in locales, from the shadows. There's a bunny girl behind me. followed up on every report involving Glepnir, even those staggering belief. I feel like I'm being poked by some unseen force. We followed up on every report, even though there's it's in the South Shroud. We're heading to Roots Lake. Let's not keep her waiting. Why do you have a Porksy out? You know what? Never mind. Too many questions. Too many questions, Mr. Wayne. I don't think I've ever seen the Bunny Girl starting gear. Oh, that's a fog. Look at that! Oh my god, it's like playing Morrowind. I'm not actually exaggerating. That's actually more. Excuse me, this is more visibility than Morrowind has, so it's actually better than Morrowind. Oh, it looks like Fran's outfit. Got it. Need say more? No. I just realized, there's my DPS and there's my healer, and I'm the tank. Greetings, lore. As luck would have it, my sister Reo frequents Camp Tranquil. Yeah, I know, I've done the White Mage chain! Sorry. Been too long, Reo. Kane, I was afraid this situation might force your arrival. Would that this reunion is more joyous circumstance. Actually, random comment. For all of Gridania's problems, I think some people here will be doing better than otherwise because of Mughals. And Sylphs, honestly. That being said, not everyone can see Mughals, and the Sylphs keep to themselves. But still, that's something, right? Like, it's better than zero. It's heartening to see her joined by the bearer of Atoa's will. Hey, you acknowledged it. Unfortunately, Glepnir's poison cannot be cured by any healing force known to us, as I'm sure you've already learned. Nevertheless, I have faith together we will find a way to defeat it. I just had a thought, which I'm going to jot down in my thoughts section. What am I doing right now? Rolequests. Okay, moving on. Every moment is crucial. Let us dispense with further pleasantries. Have you received word of Glepnir's whereabouts? I have. I recently ambushed a poor traveler who succumbed to his wounds soon thereafter. A tragic and increasingly common tale. No others in Camp Tranquil have come to harm, but some claim they feel a presence of the distant trees, staring at them with malicious intensity. They struggle to find the courage to venture beyond the safety of the camp. While its victims exhibit symptoms reminiscent of the creeping death, Glepnir's corruption seems to only affect those who have been assaulted by the blasphemy itself. We have yet to confirm a single instance of it spreading from one individual to another. That's somewhat reassuring, but will provide little comfort to the people. If Glepnir comes, any defense we mount will come at great cost. Those who fall, wounded, will invariably die. I'm at a loss. The people under my care can see it. They grow tense and bicker amongst themselves. Some even accuse me of standing oddly by with this monster for his feet. As if I'm not doing all I can. I apologize. Would that I come to you sooner. Would that there was more I could offer you. Perhaps the elementals could help? What a stupid statement. Not every burden is yours to bear, Kane. Perhaps you should go to the elementals for help. No! He's right. It's the duty of all Soothsayers to face this threat. We should do it together with the aid of the elementals. No! Under different circumstances, I would agree, but their strength has waned under the sense of calamity, and I am reluctant to impose upon them. Indeed, when I open my thoughts to the elementals, I shudder to hear their distress. Once we've laid low the blasphemy, they will be at peace. For 5 seconds, until someone accidentally trips over a rock somewhere, and then the elementals will be angry again. Allow me to speak with people here and tell them that everything's cool. Okay. And she'll reach out to Arun. Yeah, it's funny. The elementals have literally been an issue since 1.0, but most especially since ARR. And yeah, that's about as far as that's gone. What are they? Well, you know how when you live in a desert, you live with sandstorms? The elementals are the woods sandstorms. That's not even a joke. If we are to convince the people that they need not live in fear of Gleipnir, my words may be insufficient. So, you are a peerless warrior who has triumphed in countless trials. Simply looking on your features fills me with confidence that this crisis too shall pass. That's my job, man. I pray you stay by my side. Okay. Yeah, it's actually funny. You know how earlier, I think it was Tim mentioned, or no, someone mentioned, you know, no, it's Kata. Kata mentioned, don't the people have to submit story concepts before the stories are actually written? It's funny how easy it is that something that sounds good can be terrible. I mean, I'm sure we've all experienced this to some extent or another. But, like, Gridania looks like it should be an awesome city-state. And it's just the worst. It has the worst quest. It has the worst zone layout. It had the worst zone layout back in 1.0. It's got the freaking, the elementals problem. It's got its racism problem. And it has some of the worst class quests and MSQ quests in the entire game. But, like, think about the music, and the visuals, and the idea of the elves amongst the trees, and archery and dragoon, and you think, man, that's awesome. But yeah, the Shroud sucks. Thought I saw someone. Whatever. Seateers are sitting pretty with their guards and their finery. What do they care if a beastie's running amok? They'll be fine. That's why they're doing nothing but hunt us. We'd be fools to trust our lives to those who don't care a whit. Past time we went south. At least in Ul'dah, they don't pretend to look out for the common man. Hi. Elder Seed's here. See, ironically, I have the exact opposite Kata Snow, because Gridania was my starting city, too. In 1.0. I promise you we are sparing no effort in our hunt for Gleipnir. However, it will take time. More may suffer before the beast is laid low. Nevertheless, I ask you place your faith in me if only for a while longer. I love the Twelveswoods and her people with all my heart, and I will not let our enemy torment us forever. I understand. Man's got to give words to his worries sometime, huh? Nothing I want to abandon less than my home. I'll stick around. For now. A single scratch is enough to spell one's doom, they say. Nothing to wait for death! Do not give in to despair. Know that I shall do all my part to see us through this crisis. Everything's cool, blah, 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 blah. You could also tell her it doesn't spread. We call it 1.0, but the actual proper... You got it. Final Fantasy XIV Online, which is actually technically still the name of the game. We use terminology because it helps distinguish. I admit I tend to use 1.0 as shorthand for all the way from 1.0 to 1.28 or whatever it is. But it's also known that even in 1.0, there's actually two 1.0s. There's up to 1.16, I believe, which is when Yoshi P took over. And then there's after, which is when they started trying to overhaul it. Because those are two very different existences in the MMO's lifespan. I saw it. A gargantuan beast stuck in the woods. Horns the size of my leg. What's to stop it from coming here and filling its belly? It will do no such thing. I shall see to it personally the blasphemy does not come within a malm of this village. Truly, maybe I've let my imagination get the better of me. You are a beacon in these dark times. Interesting way to phrase that. Yeah, actually, exactly, Blade Travel. A classist desert kingdom run by money and corruption sounds awful. And yet, so many good stories and so many good class quests have gone through Ul'dah. It's ridiculous. Well, that'll be all now. Elder Seats here. They kind of are casual. We must follow the will of the Force! I mean, the elementals. I have done what I can to quell the unrest, but as long as Gleipnir lives, there will never be peace. Fine. The story that twice now I've been given the option to tell her to listen to the elementals, so fine. Let's go talk to the elementals, shall we? Oh yeah, it is no imposition. You saved me on the killing fields of Cardno. My life is yours now as ever. Aw. Your life is your own to command, but I thank you for your words. And your conviction. I can't wait till you turn into a blasphemy and I kill you. Did I ever tell you when I was a young student, I would often steal into the woods with a dear friend of mine, much to the chagrin of our teacher? Deep down, I suspect there's still a part of me that yearns to wander where I should not. I mean, you're right, Rex. And you'll notice the same problem is affecting this story arc. What's the hook here so far? There's a beast. Or blasphemy. That's it. What's the hook for the healer quest we just did? Ordola and Arenvald. And the fallout from the Alamegan occupation. That's 3 major hooks. Whereas so far the only hook I would even give this at all is getting more about her. I'm just memeing because this is disinteresting so far, Lune Ruth. But no, I meant him, not her. If anyone can do it, it's you. I mean, I can think of good forest zones in MMOs. Although, now that I'm saying that out loud, the worst zones in Guild Wars 2, and I say that without hyperbole, are the freaking Maguma jungle zones. Ugh. I want you to imagine everything wrong with Gridania here in terms of zone layout. Now imagine that it's about 40 times taller. Taller. Now you're thinking, oh, it's okay, you have flying. When you go through Heart of Thorns, mounts didn't exist yet. So... yeah, it's full-on Kashyyyk in the Maguma jungle. It's bad. Whenever we review Guild Wars 2, there's going to be some negatives being doled out for the Maguma jungle zones. They are terrible. They fixed all that in Path of Fire. They figured out what the hell they were doing and fixed it. But, oh my god! I hate going back there now, and I can fly now. Anyways. I wouldn't recommend going to ground level in the Maguma jungle unless you have a specific thing that prevents you from being killed instantly from a poison. It's not instantly, actually. It's just... it's bad. Let us through, damn you. We're standing here while the creeping death nips at our heels. You're telling us to die! Rumors are false. The Elder Seats Hero herself sent word the creeping death is not responsible for recent incidents. Let me circle back to that linear. Don't let me forget. You mustn't surrender to panic. Return to your homes while we deal with the threat. Pay no heed to baseless stories. Stories? I've seen the dead with my own eyes. Don't tell me what isn't true. Atheris is flat! Hearken me, friends. I come before you now to assure you the creeping death has not returned. Only those who have been wounded by the Glepnir are in danger, and I beseech you, take shelter in your homes until the threat has passed. Glepnir? The beast us on the woods? We have to run. It could have followed us. You saw him. Where? Not far from here. Glistening orbs. Terrible chains. Reaching out to drag you down to the 7th hell. Why is it always the 7th hell? Yeah, I know. Traitors and mutineers. Don't worry. It didn't catch any of us. No one's marked. See? That means we're safe, right? But say we weren't quite fast enough. What then? Its horns and claws are where the poison resides. Even a scratch would be cause for concern. Yep. Even a little scratch. It's too late for me? Is that why my body feels like it's on fire? Yeah, speaking of things that'll make you go over the despair line. You told me that branches tripped you up. You said that's how it happened. You said! Healing spell. Benevolence, or whatever it's called. Benediction. There we go. Benediction. I don't feel any better. No, you don't. So that's got to be a horrific feeling. Please remember there's actually very, very few healers in lore. Like, obviously there's more conjurers than there are white mages, but you get my point, right? Now remember, just picture from what it would feel like to be a healer, to cast healing on someone and nothing happens. Stay strong. If we surrender to fear, the beast has already won. And Kane is a really good healer. Yep. I mean, we all saw that coming. Get back. Thankfully, they're on it. We're not, because we're just a tank. You said it wasn't. You said it wasn't. Liars, liars, all of you. None of us are safe. None of us are safe. And... gone. Despair made manifest. Is there naught that can be done for these poor souls? I mean... we can kill them. Yeah, weirdly enough, I agree, Tim. I like that it's fast, and I like that it's gradient. It is stoppable. And, more to the point, not everyone is going to tip over the line as quickly as everyone else. We've actually seen with Fordola where she kind of walks up to the line a little bit. Hell, we saw earlier with Matsya, where he stood at the line for quite a while and didn't go over. But that's exactly my point. Damn. Sorry. But that's exactly my point. I like that it's a gradient thing, and I like that it can be stopped. It gives you a lot of tools as a writer, and more to the point, it makes it less horrible. I know that sounds weird to say, but I like that it's less horrible. And yeah, Matsya just sat on it. Just sat on the line for, God, like half a minute. Which may not sound like a long time, but imagine staring at the despair line, metaphorically, for 30 seconds. While running through the woods, while carrying a child, who is turning, while a giant beast is trying to kill you. Just... one of these days I'm going to get past that scene. Yeah, exactly, Lunaruth. He's... God damn. You know the best part about that scene? And I mean this. Vitra saved him. You know, Estinian saved them. But if he hadn't stood at that line, there would have been nothing to save. You got it, Ventures. Give me one moment. Thank you for watching my show, Ventures. I know it hasn't updated yet, but Romance of the Three Kingdoms has mysteriously and miraculously gotten a lot of interest lately. It is a damn miracle, Rax. I said it earlier. I was breaking down when I said it. That is harder to do than any words can convey what he did. I am damned impressed by what he managed. Sorry. God. No, absolutely, Lunaruth. Sanity anchors. I know it sounds like such a harsh way to phrase it, but sanity anchors are such an important thing in general. In real life, sanity anchors are important. Never mind in a setting where a constant effect of a despair wave is just washing over a planet. Sorry. I'll take that, Ventures. I'll take that. Thank you. Thank you very much. It does mean a lot, really. I should probably stop meandering. I got like 50 minutes to finish this quest chain. Let's go. A sanity anchor? My knees. But sanity anchors can be a whole lot of things. It's actually funny to think about. It's almost always little stuff. Like the fact that you have a really nice... you found a really good tea that you like. And every evening at the end of your long day at work, you get to enjoy this really nice tea. Maybe there's a game that you really like playing. Or maybe you get to go hang with your friends every other day. Or every week. Maybe you have a really nice bed. Despite everything, it's very comfortable. You don't have any issues sleeping in it. Maybe you have a nice warm shower. I'm gonna actually admit, as much as I don't like this place, and I don't, I am looking forward to the day when I don't live here anymore. I am very grateful for that shower. So the water heater is like right here, and then here's the wall, and then here's the shower. So there is like no downtime in the hot water coming through, and I have plenty of hot water. Yeah, I have instant hot water, and it adjusts to temperature almost immediately. And I know that's such a small thing, but I have been in so many places in my life where I didn't have that. Even in nicer places I've lived at, having to wait for a couple of minutes for the hot water to show up, or it running out after a couple of minutes, or not having hot water at all, which is something I've had before. You ever had a freezing shower when you don't want one? Because I have. Little things, right? Things that make it... It's just a little balm of... Those are sanity anchors. Right, Lunarith asked me something. What did you ask me, Lunarith? I actually don't remember. Oh, right! Is it a pain to get flying in Guild Wars 2? So here's the thing. The way Guild Wars 2 works, I'll be quick about this. The way Guild Wars 2 works is it's not unlocking flying like it is in other MMOs, it's unlocking the mount. Now, mounts are account bound, but the way it works is I've actually shown this off before when the server was having issues. The basic mount is just faster movement, and then you've got like a mount that gives you vertical movement, then you get a mount that lets you go over surfaces without damage, and there's a couple other ones, but eventually there's a griffin mount, which you can go through a lengthy, involved, and expensive quest chain in order to unlock. That's more like a gliding mount, but that mount is there for speed. Then there's the Drake mount. That's the actual flying mount. That is also very lengthy and costly and involving. It is a hell of an ordeal. In fact, when I first looked at it, I decided I wasn't going to do it. And, you know, over time, I finally decided to kind of push through it bit by bit. Again, once you get it, it's unlocked for account, which is nice. But it's a thing to get flying in Guild Wars 2. It is probably negative worthy, because it's a hell of a grind. By contrast, getting your turtle, which is the mount they just added in the latest expansion, nowhere near as bad. It was something like 20 gold total, and then you have to do some events in each zones, and that's kind of it. Now, you still have to earn it. I'm kind of dismissing it, but when you compare getting the turtle versus getting the Drake, it's night and day. In a good way. Like, I think they're moving in a good direction with that. Then again, Guild Wars 2 is the king of grind. The king of grind. I have never played an MMO that's grindier than Guild Wars 2. I described on camera once the process that you go through to get a legendary in that game. It's insane. The situation has worsened since we last spoke. He's growing bolder in his attack. They haven't figured out the poison. Blah, 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 blah. We need to cure this stupid beast. It is unironically worse to get a single legendary in Guild Wars 2 than to get one ARR relic. See you around, Tim. Now, a legendary in Guild Wars 2 is one item. So like a necklace, or a bracelet, or a ring, or another ring. And you start to see the problem. Imagine doing the ARR relic grind for every gear slot in your inventory. Now, I should probably mention some are worse than others, obviously. Hi, Zero. Hi, Bragwin. Hi, Random Cat Girl. Some are worse than others, but is it required for rating? Not at all. The one reason why it's more acceptable, why I don't spit upon it as badly, is because legendaries are cosmetic. There are gameplay benefits to legendaries, but let's be honest, they're cosmetic. They're there to look cool. So, I actually only have one legendary on my account, and I have no plans to ever get another one. Yeah, they really are relics. I'm not really... It's a comparison I make on purpose. I have a thing to kill those toadstools. I'm not going to. But that's funny. Oh, hello. Here's a song I haven't heard in a while. Yeah, God, I love that. So, I'm afraid you did miss it, Leonardo. So let me say this one more time, very quickly. There's no unlocking flying in Guild Wars 2. There's only unlocking mounts. And only one mount can fly. So unlocking the flying mount is the grind. I think I know what happened here, though I pray I am wrong. But once you have that flying mount, you have it. Everywhere, anywhere, for all characters on your account. It's done. It's unlocked. One thing Guild Wars 2 does well is a lot of stuff is account bound. Not enough. More enough stuff needs to be account bound. But a lot of it is account bound. And that's good. So, we must find this terrible beast who did this terrible thing for terribleness. Yeah, but Eureka sucks. Yeah. So, I always hesitate to recommend Guild Wars 2. Let me phrase it this way. Guild Wars 2 Vanilla sucks. Worse than ARR. Just across the board. Then you get to the first seasonal content, which is better, but still sucks. Then you get to Heart of Thorns, which is better, but still sucks. Then you get to the Heart of Thorns patch content, and finally the game starts to improve. And then you get to Path of Fire, and from that moment on, the game is actually pretty awesome, and has been on a non-stop incline in quality, all the way up to and including the expansion that went live this year. That being said, I don't blame people if they don't want to try to push through that initial barrier. But if you do, the game gets really good later on. I don't consider STO a bad grind, because STO's grind means logging on, clicking a few buttons, and then logging off for about a month. I'm saying that wrong. Doing that process once a day for about a month. That's the grind in STO. There's no grind in STO, not in the traditional sense of the word. The way that STO does grind is it stretches things out with timers. So, a lot of stuff is dailies. I'm at 2.0, Linnerth, yes. No game ever has been worse than FF14 1.0, and I sincerely doubt any ever will be. Yeah, like, I really have no... There's no mudflinging here. There's no shame for anybody. For anybody who just couldn't deal with... Oh no, it's worse than Atari ET on every level. Atari ET is the meme answer. FF14 1.0 is garbage. If you disbelieve me, please go watch the very first stream I did on this run. I spent 90 minutes discussing and describing it. I really don't think anything's ever going to surpass FF14 1.0. I really... legitimately think nothing is ever going to get past that barrier. And I have played an extraordinary quantity of games in my life. I have reviewed hundreds of games in my life. Our work is done. The loss of so many brave souls is tragic. But now they are at peace, the guardian tree is safe. Let us take comfort in that. I but pray the Great One will hear my plea. This is, in fact, the angry tree. Ride to Hell will probably score very badly, but let's be clear. Ride to Hell isn't even on the same zip code as FF14 1.0. Okay, that's not good. There's no point in living. No. Hope I'm joking. The Great One is filled with fear, an all-consuming fear unlike any I've ever felt. It spoke to me, and its words were clarion, drive the evil away, drive the evil away. We can think of naught else, and so we will not receive the aid we seek, not until we can dispel the dread claws that tear at the forest's heart. This is our last hope. We just need to find this stupid thing. Well, remember what we talked about, the despair wave, and whether it affects animals and the like? I almost guarantee it affects the elementals. It's a behemoth, kind of. It's the profane beast, the blasphemy that has mired the 12 woods in despair. No, I'm the tank. Makes for the guardian tree. We must stop it. There are two things redeemable at FF14 1.0. Music and graphics. That's it. Neither of which a good game make by themselves. Well, I suppose I should walk back the graphics thing. There are visuals in the game that are good. Might be a better way to phrase that. That's interesting. This is really bad timing, Heidelin. And yeah, that's why I had to walk that back, right? In accordance with our covenant, we Pajala have been blessed by the elements. From the moment we are chosen, we are bound to act as mediators between man and nature. The most skilled among us are honored as seed seers. It's their duty to guide Gridani through times both poor and prosperous. I cannot say which of you will become more worthy. In my estimation, you both have the potential to become seed seers. Yeah, that's her on the left, isn't it? In fact, that's probably what she actually looks like. I don't want to be a seed seer, girl. I never want to be a Pajal either. I never asked for any of this. Why can't I live a normal life like everyone else? How come I don't get to grow old? Why was I cursed with ugly horns? I like them. Maybe we didn't choose to be born this way, but I don't think it makes us any different from anyone else. It's a rare gift. A blessing, even. And even if we use it to help others, we should. Even if we can use it to help others, we should. Don't give up on becoming a seed seer, Kane. You'd be worse for it. A blessing? I never thought of it that way. I guess I just hated not having a choice, but maybe you're right. I believe that's the first time we've seen what she looks like in non 1.0. Not now. Sorry, for those of you not aware, she effectively has a non-stop glamour on her, which makes her look older so that she can function as the head of state. Thank goodness for cutscene incompetence. Working on our side this time. The matron is merciful. She's fallen unconscious, but is otherwise unharmed. The blasphemy must not have touched her, for I do not see the telltale mark of poison. Still, I am no healer, and she should be looked after by those who are. I will carry her back to Gridania. Yeah, sure. I will apparently continue to be a terrible bodyguard, no matter what class I'm playing. To continue to bash 1.0 for a second, I want you to imagine every category of game design and story design, okay? Like, you know how I break it down into pluses, right? Think about, like, characterization and, you know, cutscene construction and the shading and the visuals and... Yeah, imagine all of them are crap. Just all of them. With the exception of music and some visuals. That's FF14 1.0 in a nutshell. Ride to Hell, for all its terribleness, isn't that. There are aspects of Ride to Hell that are functional. And I know that's heady heights of functionality, but that still puts it above FF14 1.0. Oh, visuals as a whole would be net negative. I'm just trying to be thorough. Yeah, movement. Movement. Of all things. Again, if you really want to... I advise people to go watch my 1.0 diatribe. I spent 90 minutes just going down the list of every terrible thing that was in 1.0. 90 minutes, because there's just that much. Hey, stop being an idiot and stop giving in to despair. Yeah, it's literally the first video in the playlist, and it's the first thing we talk about in the video. I highly recommend you watch that video. We're in Limsa Limensa. It's kind of funny, because I was originally going to do a whole thing, then I stopped in the fountain, and then I just kind of stayed there because everyone kind of showed up. I don't like FF11, and I don't. But FF11 isn't even close to FF14 1.0. FF11 is just EverQuest 2, to be blunt. It's a Bronze Era MMO, and it shows, and that's all that is. So anyways, we found out that this guy fought at Cartano, not as a soldier of the Eorzean Alliance, but as a conscript in the Garlean Imperial Army. Clad in armor and magitech, another drop in a sea of pitiless metal. You grow numb to the violence of killing out of necessity. It becomes routine. Work to earn your next meal. But then the moon shattered and the dragon emerged, and when the dust had settled, I was another body clinging to life amongst the fallen. I remember staring at the burning sun above, growing weaker, wondering if the heat or Eorzean's blade would finish the job. Remember what I said way back when we first talked about the Battle of Cartano? The moment Bahamut showed up, that battle stopped. There were no Garleans and Eorzeans. They were just people. It's honestly probably the theme of FF14 as a whole in that one moment. But it wasn't death that came, but salvation. I was delivered from my well-earned fate by the Elder Seedseer. She deigned to save a man once bared steel against her people. Her kindness didn't end there. Once my wounds healed, she welcomed me with open arms. Never did she regard me with distrust, nor did she make me feel obliged to repay my debt. She fought not to take life, but to safeguard it. Through our friendship, I came to see the wisdom of that distinction. You know, my favorite thing is that this guy doesn't even have a name. and pledged my remaining years to her service. It would have accomplished nothing to throw myself against Glepnir in vain, and even if there was profit to be found in the sacrifice, she would not abide it. Your words remind me of this. We will defeat the blasphemy. No, I will defeat the blasphemy. You will be my DPS. And you're a Lancer. So I expect to see some courage. Delay there. We might not make this. Holy crap. In the interest of getting on with what is honestly a fairly boring story arc, I'm just going to start reading at my pace a little bit. Okay. Yeah, we need to find a soul stone of courage. Wait. Yep, no, I'm right. I know, right? This is why I usually like to start with the bad, and then segue my way up. The good news is, if this is the worst of these bundles, then, you know, we're in good hands. Even this at least has some frickin' characterization for Kane, which she has desperately needed for the last... ...87 years. Seeds here. It fills my heart with joy to see you in better health. Why am I reading this out loud? We must search for Glepnir. Haven't we been saying that since the first quest? Which is 4 quests ago? The Great One is a being of purest ether. Yeah, no, that tracks. Elementals are the worst. We must stop this creature. I cannot be here and recover. Very well. Go out, but rest. Trust your allies. They will do this for you. Okay. Listen, I expect better from my riders, okay, Linderth? I expect a better story before I was even born this time around. This song? Really? Okay. Really? So the big solution here is not to find the creature, or to bait it out, even though we know with total certainty it's after her, or to do anything whatsoever. What our big solution here is we're going to petition the elementals in order to set up a magical Asuna barrier over the area, which replicates the one they did back in the Battle of Cartano, which is why there's not that much distortion around here, in order to prevent people from getting afflicted by the poison from the creature that we're hunting. Or rather, not hunting. Ia Sura Supin. After all these years, is this what became of him? You mentioned him briefly. Were you close? Isura was a Pajal like me, but he'd never known his parents and devoted himself wholly to his son's studies. He embraced the role the forest had bestowed upon him, and truth be told, he was a much better student than I ever was. Fair assessment. Despite your esteemed heritage, you never took to my lessons as well as he. Ever dreaming of the outside world. Stealing off to the woods more times than I can count. I cannot keep watch after you all hours, even if I tried. This rebellious spirit, I can scarcely imagine it. I resented being a Pajal. It was inconceivable to me I could not live amongst the others. I did not scruple to express my misgivings to Isumiyan at every opportunity. Isura was a pillar of support. It was thanks to his encouragement I embraced my destiny and resolved to use my gifts for the greater good. We would become seedseers together, I believed, until one day we were gathering herbs in the forest at his behest. We met a wanderer hailing from a distant land who told us his beloved was with child, and he had traveled to Gridania to beseech the Great One for a painless birth. That's not how that works. He asked us to guide him to the guardian tree. However, entry into such places was not ours to permit. There was something odd about his demeanor besides. With regret I refused him, but Isura was loath to turn away the goodly stranger in need. He agreed to guide the man. Yeah, Yeah, don't worry. Here. This process that absolutely destroys your body in order to protect the child until it gets out in his life, it's not going to hurt at all. Don't worry. Please, elementals, grant me the Vicodin I need to get through this. I ran to Isumion as fast as I could, and together we made it with haste to the guardian tree. We found the man motionless on the ground, having succumbed to the Great One's rage, and next to him was Iasura, alive but unconscious. In time he recovered and related the whole story. He had been an adventurer, and as he knelt to make false supplications, he had lunged forward to tear a branch from the guardian tree. He was yet a child, and Iasura had no inkling of the darkness that would dwell within men's hearts. He learned the lesson that day, but the price he paid for it was great indeed. The Great One stripped him of his horns. They can do that? And with them the right to call himself a Pajal. I was forced to expel him from the Fane. Well, I suppose that answers you, Pillars of Snow. I never saw him again, nor heard a word of what became of him, though not for lack of trying. Despite his hardships, did he remain on the 12th all this time, I wonder? He dreamed of naught else but becoming a seed seer, of a life of service to the people in the forest. He knew the weight of responsibility and was eager to bear it. And now he's worse than dead. Well, he's turbo dead, actually, would be a more accurate way to put that. So that's nice. That's cool. In our final conversation, he confided to me that he would search for a means to calm the Great One's rage and earn absolution. To that end, he would seek the Council of the Mughals. Are we going to go talk to the Mughals now? I was going to only give it one negative for being boring, but it's starting to be obtuse to the point of irritating. Let's be clear about this. We are here to kill this thing, this blasphemy. Not only is that the role quest in general, but from a purely narrative perspective, that's the goal. We want to get rid of the source of the problem. Right? So we're running around like chickens with our heads cut off, trying to treat the symptoms of the problem. And in the most meandering way possible. People are actively dying in a way we can't heal them from, and people near them are giving into despair because of that. We have the despair field going on right now, remember? This is actually irritating. Now, I'm going to give a story positive for the necessary backstory for Kane, because it's actually some decent stuff, and it's nice to hear about her past and her character. It's, like, 10 years too late, but at least it's something, right? But so far, this is a 1 positive, 2 negative scenario. Oh yeah, and did you catch it? The blasphemy has a poisoned horn. No hard feelings about the whole Hail to the King Kupo bit, I hope. Oh, excuse me. Not going to call for a rematch either, in case you're worried about that. I am super not worried about that. Canonically, I'm pretty sure I could stomp that by myself right now. Which I think I did the last time too, so that's whatever. Rayo and the others cured us our tempering and afterwards set us down for a stern lecture. And we're calling upon good King Mogulmog the 12th for us. May he ever remain unsummoned. Had to read that part out loud. I mean, you remember how in the Shadowbringers patch, it was actually a whole story arc helping flesh out Limsa Lominsa, which it really needed? I was kind of hoping we'd get something for Gridania, instead of, well, this. What? Hello? That's a new one. Huh? Okay, in case you didn't miss this, you can't even talk to people while mounted in this game. Like, the mere fact that I can talk to someone in the air is new tech, literally. Anyways, you were able to make your way up here after all. I was worried you'd be stuck. Apologies for leaving me behind, but it's easy to forget your kind lacked wings. Where was it? Yeah, I was really confused, because... And you notice they make this clear. If it was a circle, you might have been tempted to keep looking around, but it's a spot. It's a quest spot, so you know it's there, and I kept saying, it's up, and I'm like, but there's no here. There's nothing here. Tilt camera up. Huh. And yeah, we literally can't avoid having flying in ARR zone, so they know with total certainty we have it. So, here, look, see? You interact with something, it dismounts you. Yeah, there you go. Plot twist. They're working on tech to prevent you from having to dismount to do stuff. Which, for the record, I am super in favor of. Oh, it's dead. You're welcome. Yeah, I think the Hildebrand music says all it needs to about what's going on right now. So now the elementals are getting poisoned. I'm saying that wrong. The elementals are getting tainted by, you know, negative emotions. No, not like that. Damn it! The elementals are angry. Like they always are. So, that it's the normal thing, right? Like, how many story arcs have had to do with the elementals going, "Rah!" That's what the Moogles and us are dealing with. And it's spreading like wildfire, because it always does. The moment one person accidentally pricks their finger on a rose thorn, all the elements just go, bleh. It's that thing again. But now they have to perform the friending. What in the name of good King Moogle the 12th, may he shower us with love and compassion and Koopa nuts, is that? I couldn't remember the ancient rite's name, so I made up something on the spot. But let's forget that now and do the stuff that I do remember. The friendinating. It's an old ceremony performed when the nation of Gridania was but a spark of an idea of a random thought in its founders' heads. Now, the elementals are chunks of ether, which it's debatable how sentient and sapient they are. They knew if they were able to establish a home with the 12s that they would have to entreat the elementals for permission. So a mage and their company found and cleansed a few sources of foul ether, planting saplings in their place, and consecrated the soil with a prayer to show the forest the purity of their intentions. The elementals were so taken with his display, not only did he permit his people to settle in the forest, they also bestowed upon him their blessing as proof of their new covenant. Yeah, for all intents and purposes, I'm pretty sure they are just sprites. And frankly, it wouldn't surprise me if we could just remove the elementals and things would be fine here. In fact, things would probably be better here. This is also why gathering resources in the otherwise lush Gridania is so troublesome. We've actually covered this before in multiple quest chains, and in fact, it was just mentioned again just now. But in case you missed it, for everything you harvest, you have to replace it, and you have to ask permission. You want to chop down a tree, you need to have a permit for that, metaphorically speaking. Yeah, this has come up a lot. And there has to be a rejoinder thing, too. So anyways, yeah, good job. That's okay, this isn't Heaven's Word, Pika. This is nowhere near as bad as Heaven's Word. Yep. All his despair and pain were caused because he, a child, an actual child, didn't know what he was doing, was tricked into something, and the elementals cursed him for it. In case you missed the story I mentioned earlier out loud. Like, I gotta be real. I probably would actually petition for wiping out the elementals out of this forest. Just... That character's name is Milady Succubus. Didn't catch the species because it was a chat. Why am I helping you people? Probably, yeah, Blade Jabal. After they go on a rampage, of course, because they didn't get their supper. Okay, so they're planting saplings to give back to the forest, so the forest stops having a temper tantrum. That's true, I could dye my tank gear after this. That might be worth it by itself. I've seen the Gunbreaker suit, it's pretty legit. Elder Seeds here, are you okay? I'm okay. Okay. We must thank the forest for its bounty. Yes, I know how this works. Thank you. You know what's funny? Not that it would ever work, but let's assume for a moment that we do evacuate on the moon, right? The elementals would just have to stay behind on a planet rotting from within in its ether. Hashtag not evil. Peace! Yeah, it would burn, and then it would stop burning. We must gather the elementals to come with us. Why? I love how this guy, who has a whole backstory, still doesn't have a name. I swear to God, if they don't give him a name by the end of this quest chain. What am I doing? Just so you can see that from the side. What's your name? Bartholomew. Oh no, Robert. He'll be named Robert. We are so sorry, Great Elements, that this is the only story arc we can apparently do in Gridania. God, both other MSQ stories, I know this isn't MSQ, but the two MSQ stories that came through here in ARR were also about the frickin' elementals. Never mind all the side quests and role quests and class quests, which were also about the elementals. You can do other stories. There's other things. Courage! Okay, okay. 2 stories. There's 2 stories in Gridania. Racism! Damn it! You're not making it better. Oh yeah, by the way, the 1.0 story is also about the elementals. I should know. I started here in 1.0. Look, the flowers have withered and died. Yeah. That would be so terrible if the forest were to rot away. You know, it's sad, but I think that might be true, Zero. Really, really sad. Because Bard wasn't great. But at least it was something. That's a good question, Inamisho. We have given back to the elementals. Yeah, we've made peace with everyone. We've even made peace with the Garleans. What about the Duskwhite? Screw those guys! And there you go. I mean, is Gridania physically capable of not being racist? You know, you really want to be sad about it. Gridania still hasn't gotten over some of its issues, but Ishgard has. Think about that for a second. Think about how many centuries Ishgard perpetuated the Dragonsong War and got over it, and has been actively improving ever since. We had an entire chain, a good chain actually, the Firmament chain, all about restoring crap and fixing things, fixing people, fixing lives, getting jobs going, encouraging trade. And Gridania's like, you know, I don't like them Alamegans, or them Duskwhites. It's fortunate the corruptioneer's faint, a simple prayer should suffice to cleanse the soil. Sure, I can hit things with my axe. There's a tree right there. The elementals told me I gotta hate all them kinds. That's why I don't wear my mask. Sorry. Excuse me, you're the Elder Seeds here, aren't you? What brings you all the way out here? Corruption has had upset the balance of ether. Oh my god, hold on. You know how we walk into an area and punch out the tyrant? The elementals are the tyrant here. Corruption has upset the balance of ether, but that we have cleansed in with a prayer and saplings. Thus the 12s would reclaim a measure of peace. You've been planting trees? We have. The elementals have been suffering much of late, and with these offerings we endeavor to raise their spirits. I've got to profess, what of your people's spirits? We who dread every step we take outdoors. What? That terrible monster's still out there, preying on the innocent folk without rhyme or reason. If it doesn't strike us dead, its poison will finish the job. I know you're afraid, but we need to meander, because we apparently only came up with 2 plot beats for this entire story arc. And have you actually been paying attention to that, by the way? There was one scene which was decent, and it was all about Kane and the backstory. And we've been meander, and then we're going to have like one cutscene, which is after this, where we're going to deal with stuff. Everything else has been padding. We've been dealing with death and sickness before Gleipnir's coming. They say the creeping death's not to fear these days, but we know better. One of ours caught it not long ago. We gave her the cure, had plain on hand, and for a while I thought it would be alright, but by the time we realized it hadn't done a damn thing, it was too late to call for the conjurer. What? She died, but her husband was even sadder. Like that works. I would actually like that, Rex. He was beside himself with grief, and who could blame him? And then came Gleipnir to compound our woes. Supin. Sura Supin? No, Supin was an odd one, but no one would mistake him for a Bajal. Supin wasn't even his real name. That'd be Alenja. But his wife was fond of calling him Supin for some reason. It caught on with the rest of us. And what did he look like? Well, I'd say he had no more than 30 summers. Kept to himself. Blah, 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 blah. Yep, nope, you get it, right? Her friend was here, settled, had a wife. Wife died to the creeping death. He gives in to despair. He becomes a creature who has a horn, which poisons people with something approximating the creeping death. There you go. Bam. Britannia is the Dursleys. And we all know the Dursleys are worse than Voldemort. But yes, I did, Roth. I don't know if I answered you. It was quite good. It's very crisp. Crisp jalapenos are the best jalapeno. Well, that's not true. Crisp jalapenos are good on burgers because it adds texture. It adds good texture to the burger. Yeah, mystery solved. We figured it out. Can we go kill the thing now that we've figured this out? Several people left a comment on my Harry Potter 5, I guess, video, whichever one that was, where Umbridge shows up. And all of them said the same thing, which amuses me. It's so understandable why Umbridge is so much more evil than Voldemort, even though arguably Voldemort is a worse person. It's because we know people like Umbridge in real life. I've known people like the Dursleys in real life. And Umbridge. And I'm Voldemort, obviously. I have, Ross. I'm rather happy with it. Yep, I am a lich. Now rise, said Slayer. Become the Bunny Slayer. The Zed Bun? Oh, Savacom's here. Hi, Savacom. I can have my coffee finally. Not in real life, of course. That would be crazy. Really? Yep. That's the elemental talking through her. Passing corruption refreshed, green, renewed green, flesh restored. Child of child, covenant honored, friend, friendship, peace. It worked. She's a flesh puppet. Yes. We were right to follow Jordan's example. Am I the only one? Is it me? Am I the only one with an issue here? We need to kill the freaking boss that we now know who it is. Well, okay, we always knew who it was, but we now know why. Profanity spawned, despair's orphan, sadness and anger. Sadness, death's prayer, one and all. Poison potent, wounds unmending, withered bark, no strength to share. After all we've done, you deny us? Thank you for actually speaking out against the freaking elementals. Hey, it's a bunch of random NPCs that have never really had any presence in the story, except in this one quest chain, which sucks. You can tell because that guy there has no name. That guy's name is Perturbed Man. That's the Hurstmilk Woodcutter. That's the Wood Whaler. Do I need to make my point here? that's and they're all they're all like, please, we need you to save us, Elemental, please save us. We require your aid. And they're I guess this is irritating me more than not, because A, screw the Elementals, and B, they're literally prostrating themselves, praising and begging the Elemental, please, please, you're so amazing, you're so awesome, please save us. And I hate that crap. You know? Especially with something like the elementals. Yeah, I mean, the elemental is going to do something. It said it was going to help. Yay. But, like... I'm not going to name names, but I've seen an incident where someone was a bully. And I'm just going to call it that. They were what I would define as a bully. And the way that that situation was resolved was the people they were bullying said, "We're sorry. Please forgive us. You were right." And the bully was in question was rather smug and self-satisfied by the result of this altercation, and then deigned to help the others in whatever it is they're asking him to do. And you can see why I bring this up, given what's happening right now. I keep wondering if we're going to get a name for this guard at any point in this quest chain. There's only one quest left, the Kill the Boss quest. Like, you know? So, we have sucked up to the bully, and it has deigned to offer us its blessing. Can we please go kill the frickety boss? And you know, another thing, while I'm on the subject, you know what the healer quest chain was about? Healing. This is the tank chain. I guess we can see what Square thinks a tank's job is about. Yeah, multiple layer, multifaceted healing. Yep, we move the hearts. Blah. Blah, blah, blah. Final quest, let's go. Yeah, we're guarding... Apparently that's what tanking is supposed to be in this game, Cronin. I've been doing it wrong all these years. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna read Inami Show's things out loud. No, it makes sense. A tank's job is to take damage, so they made this quest an exercise in masochism. Oh my frickety god, please stop justifying the bully. I don't want to be too negative here, but I'm already at too negative territory. Get it? But for real though, I'm thinking, like, I'm already at the point of 2 negatives here, and I'm trying really hard. I have to crawl my way up to a 3rd. Because this is nonsense. What is this crap? Like, I'm sorry, but who said... Someone randomly said something in chat. What was that? Let's just know. Randomly tossed out an idea that already sounds like a better premise than this. We're here. We're tanking the spawns that are coming. To hold them back, to keep them away from the people who are giving into despair, while Kane is running around trying to figure out how to, like, catch the sucker. And Kane is coordinating with Guide Terval and whoever else in order to try and, you know, hunt the thing down and because this is a frickin' forest. It's hard to catch something in the forest, right? And then, hey, there you go. We catch it down and we do it, and we have to hold it back while they kill it. And our job is just to sit there and live while everyone else kills it. There you go. Boom. Tank chain. Done. Oh, by the way, the blessings of these branches, it's not for us. It's for the trees. Now, I get the intent. It's to put up like a ward. But it's for the trees. I'm not even making this up. We have just expanded the elemental's reach and influence throughout the Dwellswood. I don't know what to even add at this point. I've run out of ways to make fun of this nonsense. Hey, look, his name is still Keeper of the Entwined Serpents. I'm very slowly walking my way up to the three negative territory. This is bad. Like, this is it's boring, it's bad, and it's off-toned. Like, this is not the tank role quest, you know what I mean? It's also pretty damn dumb. And it meanders. While we're on a tight deadline, while we have an urgent seconds count level crisis. It's like those damn people in the distance in Mass Effect 3's intro. It's not really that big of a problem in its own right. The problem is what that means, what that implies. And that's why I keep pointing out that this jackass doesn't even have a name. Because arguably the second main NPC of this quest chain after Kane herself is Guy with No Name. He gave his whole backstory. I read it out loud even because it was decent backstory. Exgarlian conscript. Which was one of the only things that actually was tied in tonally to the overall expansion. What are you, Yuna? Actually, I think that was Yuna's. Is Yuna's emote a thing in this game? I know her outfit is. Okay. So let's do this, and then this, and then this. And a couple of these. And the face. Okay. Okay. Fought through the poison. That was really easy, actually. Not that I'm complaining, it's just... I've been poisoned. Yep. Yep, that's cool. There it is. Come on. That didn't interrupt. It didn't interrupt! Okay. Well, that's a thing that happened. Oh, it's right there. God damn it. Anyway, sorry about you getting hit in the face. I couldn't find my interrupt button. All these? Yeah, okay. Hey, look, it's a tank quest. Or a tank action, or however you want to think of that. Ugh. And Kane, who is busy, is not healing me, of course. Because she's busy. It's okay, I'm a warrior. just noticed I have 3 charges of charge. You know, I just realized something. Because of how little damage I'm doing, the elements are going to kill steal this. The elements are going to kill this thing. I would literally rather it be Nameless Guy. Oh my god, die. Why does my DPS suck? Jesus. She is really low on health. She is super gonna die. That Lancer just pulled aggro off of me. I was gonna say. I was right. The element's going to actually kill Steel.
By the grace of the elementals.
Well, okay, maybe not. No, they're both extraordinarily low. Heal, Kane. I have D&D in like 10 minutes. So, we'll finish that up tomorrow. I hope you'll join me for that. And also, you know, I hope you'll join me for D&D in like 10 minutes. Because I still gotta eat, I still gotta get ready for this. So yeah, I'm like, you know what? You know what? TBC, you know? So, I'll see you, everyone. Also, 3 negatives!